Hi, hi, Kikoete orimasu desho ka. How's everybody doing today? Hey there, Sword of a Demon. Excuse me, his name is George Moyd. Say his name. Hey there, Seku. I'm afraid you did not in fact get first. Sword of a Demon beat you to it, but you are the first on YouTube, which is, I guess, also something. All right. Now then, let me first of all take my phone off the damn Wi-Fi so it's not consuming bandwidth. Okay, as the title says, before we're allowed to experience joy, we must experience slop. And slop we shall experience. We got a bit of obligatory React content for today. I'm gonna keep it a little bit short. First on YouTube, baby. It's like being allowed to not take the ASVAB just because, well, never mind. I'm not gonna complete that joke. It's unnecessarily mean. I bully YouTube mostly because I get nothing out of it. At the very least, allow me my own integrated emotes or something. Just, give me my monetization program. At least Twitch pays me some kind of pittance. It's not like I ask for a lot. All right. Let's get to the slop. And after that, we're going to play some games. We have a lineup for today. We're not going to play multiple, but you'll get to choose. All right, what do we have here?
Raised on bananas and rice, okay, in a Somali daycare, which was very formative, and people don't get that that's like culture and nutrition. So when I speak from...
In light of recent conversations, we are proposing a pilot program to transition public school lunches to bananas and rice.
Huh? Wait, what?
This is about inclusion. This is about listening, and frankly, the people are demanding like bananas and rice.
Excited to announce new product, bananas and rice, available at select Walmarts nationwide.
I know this is AI, but like if South Park were still funny, they would have made that skit.
Wait, are these
all empty? Every single one.
No way. This can't be real.
Bananas and rice, gone.
Guys, you're seeing this like there's nothing, just cardboard.
Look, this internet guy is simply wrong. We have strict oversight. They looked in the boxes before they were filled, and I can assure you, so clearly, nothing happened.
So the bananas and the rice, they were stolen. We don't know by who. We don't know when. They're just gone.
Hey, why you stand there looking? We're busy, okay? We have bananas, we have rice. You don't know what we are doing.
Yes, go mind your own
We
business.
unload, we load, finish. That's all.
Why you keep staring? You think it's funny? We have bananas, we have rice.
Who I am isn't just bananas and rice. People think it's simple, but it's deeper than that. It's culture, it's history, it's identity, and yes, it's like bananas with rice.
Absolutely fantastic. Just great. Ooh, we got rage bait. We've got rage bait today, boys. Do I bring the Okay, let's a little bit later. I'm not ready for this. I'm gonna drop a slur if I listen to this if I don't decompress with some filler, I'm going to drop a slur. Let's leave that for later. Okay, what is this? I'm sorry, I don't speak Huawei. That is a nice table, though. Very cool. Okay. That is indeed a very nice party trick. I thought this was a gag video. Okay, breaking explosive leaks. Leftist radicals exposed on CryptoPad plotting sabotage against America. Block border patrol checkpoints and ICE raids. Sabotage E-Verify systems. Torpedo military recruitment efforts. Infiltrate and subvert the Trump admin from the inside. Leak classified intel from government military insiders. Target disrupt U.S. weapons manufacturing. Block military and fossil fuel infrastructure projects. Impede cutting-edge military development. Dox distribute travel, dox and disrupt travel of government officials, flood social media with fake impersonations of DHS Trump loyalists, hack and overload critical systems, full-on domestic sabotage, a treasonous plot to cripple our borders, military and energy security under Trump 2.0. So if is there audio here? There is no audio here. So let's have this play in the background. Big if true, not entirely impossible. Also completely on brand that they are retarded enough to just have it somewhere in a cloud resource, because these people would have what I refer to as slack brain, meaning that even in their plotting, they somehow manage to lean on like gay productivity tools, just because, you know, it's more convenient and that's what they've learned to do. So I would like to see how this story develops. It does seem like components of this are actually happening. I can't entirely dismiss this. Just a second. I do, however, need to entirely dismiss my tracking for a moment there. No, I do not. Okay, never mind. Now, if real, this should end up with prison time, just like the two Texan boys who were planning to take over Haiti. If they've received jail time for that, I'm sorry, this also has to come with the entire book thrown at them. And I see some of it already being in action. I think a lot of the people who are currently running around Twitter calling everyone who agrees with the pretty shooting a bootlicker, I think a lot of those are actually fake adjutants whose plot is to try to fracture the right over this. The FBI is not making their job too difficult with the stupid shit they say, because somehow both Kash Patel, someone who's stated that the NFA should be dismantled, is now on the train of, well, you can't go to a protest with a gun, when no, you actually can. What you can't do is antagonize law enforcement. Like, you can't commit a felony while also having a gun on you. So there's a lot of important nuance lost there, and that is an issue of those particular people in the admin needing to be removed. However, I see a lot of the things listed as extremely wishful thinking. Because you need to remember that while these people are well organized, they are still ultimately incompetent when it actually comes down to doing something. And that doesn't mean we have to sit on our ass and relax. It means that we need to be aware of the fact that this is happening, and we need to start counteracting it. I'm not entirely opposed to, how should I put this, edge case solutions for this at this point. What is this? An American woman went to Ramallah to open a cafe to create jobs and create a safe space in Palestine. Okay. Everybody involved scammed her. She was detained, lost all of her money, shut down her business, returned to the U.S. now asking for donations. Not many such cases, but it's interesting. You know what? Credit where credit is due. She, at the very least, put her money where her mouth is and actually went and done something. I applaud her for that. I hope this serves as an important teachable moment for her. Hey there, Gecko.
Hey guys, my name is Zikra. I spent most of my life in America.
Excuse me, it's pronounced Zuhra.
I decided to try living in Palestine, and I opened my dream cafe, Art Cafe Ramallah. I really wanted to open something new in Palestine and provide a safe space for people to express themselves through art and just have a good time. And thank you guys so much for all of your support. We were able to host so many free art workshops thanks to your guys' donations, and I'm really, really grateful. I opened the cafe on June 10 of last year, and I closed the cafe on November.
She's a cute little girl. Well, like, not a little girl, but she is a cute girl. Like, she's a solid 6 at least.
November 30th, 2025. Unfortunately, I had to close my cafe because I got scammed and I lost
Hey there,
all
Crespian.
of my
Long time
life
no see.
savings and every single penny that I made from the shop during the 6 months of operation. I signed 2 contracts that were stamped by lawyers, and it turns out that both of those contracts are not legal, and I got scammed big time. During the 6 months that the cafe was open, the police came twice. They wanted to take possession of all the stuff in the shop because the guy that I'm renting from hasn't been paying the rent, supposedly. So they were gonna take all my stuff that I bought from the other guy for a large amount of money, and that was also a scam. So yeah, he love my life.
Wait. If you bought the stuff, how is it a scam? Wait, you paid for the stuff, you have the stuff, how is it a scam? Her heart is in the right place, but she's so naive to see the world through what it is. She is a lip-tarded woman, and I mean, it's in Palestine, Crespian. You've missed the premise of this video. Yes, apparently the third world does run on scams and corruption. And you know what? Bless her heart. She's an industrious and kind girl, and I hope this serves as a teachable moment.
So I tried relocating in the same building on the second floor. I thought it would be the best option for me financially. And right when I started preparing and moved all the stuff here, I got arrested for the first time in my life for something that I didn't do. The guy accused me of stealing 8 chairs and a fridge. Yeah. I think some of you guys might be confused because I suck at explaining things, but there are 2 people that scammed me. One guy works in the National Security Forces in the PA government, and then the other guy has a Jerusalem ID. And the guy that works in the PA, he was the one that I was paying rent to, and he supposedly wasn't paying it to the landlord, and he's the one who called the police on me twice and tried getting me arrested. You know what I mean? It was like such a weird experience. I don't even know what I'm doing with my life anymore. I don't know. I just I lost everything, and I don't have the money to do it again. So,
What's this girl complaining about? There is your summary. I'm not explaining this again. Hello, Digby.
should I just sell everything for 3% or 5% of the price that I paid for the stuff and just go back to America, I guess? Or, I don't know. I really put my all into this, and it really...
She mostly got scammed by CNN. Fucking idiot going to a war zone to run a cafe. The war zone isn't a problem. There's really not an active war zone there. She went to Rafah. And here's the thing. I find it very difficult to cast shade at people who are well-meaning. She may be trainable, but yeah, at least she tried. But yeah, that's the thing. I find it very difficult to be mean to people who are well-intentioned, but stupid. If someone does a dumb thing, but they are... Rafah is Palestine, right? At least war zone adjacent. It is war zone adjacent, yes. But that was sort of the reasoning behind her philanthropy. She wanted to make she's trying to rebuild in an area. Is it tremendously dangerous? Yes. Did she get off easy? Also, yes. Realistically, out of all of the possible outcomes, this is very, very easy street. Her best outcome right now is to come back to the US, realize that Palestine is a shithole. Yes, exactly. It could have gone a lot worse. Fortunately for her, the IDF has actually they've decimated Hamas. Yeah, exactly. And her not being chained up in a brothel somewhere is a direct function of the IDF wiping out most of Hamas's headcount and forcing them to leave to Qatar. Or to Lebanon, I guess.
It really sucks that there are people out there who would take advantage of someone, but, you live and you learn. I'm just really sorry to all the artists that I collaborated with on a weekly basis. And I'm so sorry to all the customers and everyone who loved Art Cafe and saw this place as a comfort zone for expression. And thank you guys so much for all of your support. And yeah, if any of you guys
Listen, she tried. The reality of it is she should have never left the comfy Californian enclave that she grew up in. She's just not built for it. Meanwhile, apparently trees are claiming to be exploding, but I've caught a glimpse of the footage. They're not really exploding. It's a little bit different, but also still very cool. Pop. She probably didn't learn anything, also very possible. So, looks very cool. However, the entire tree is not exploding. From what I can understand, the moisture inside of the trunk is freezing, forcing the fiber and the trunk itself to expand. And because there's more moisture in the trunk than there is in the bark, it's basically rapidly popping the bark open. Again, very cool. I would be interested to know where exactly that happens. And how cold does it need to get to do that? I would think that needs to be at least like Canada cold. But there you go. Looks like Dr. Oz. The sap water in the trunk freezes faster than the tree. Yep. Looks like Dr. Oz just blew the lid off of nearly $30 billion in alleged fraud in LA with major ties to the Armenian diaspora. Not the Armenians, boys. It is so over. Wait, what is this? Which Armenian? And the first reply, which Armenian girl broke your heart? You're as obsessed with Armenians even after the war than Elon Musk with going to the Mars. Armenians, you say? Interesting. Let's see. I would have preferred that the name of Dr. Oz wasn't attached to this. He's not a very a reputable person. Cyanisis VT. It's so over. It never started. All right, let's see.
So you can see these are medical buildings. They've got Cyrillic writing, Russian, Armenian writing, both sides.
Wait. How the fuck do you tell Russian Armenian? How is Russian Armenian different from regular Russian? Excuse me? Why? How does this man manage to talk out of his ass within the first 3 seconds? Armenian is a language of its own, and I don't believe it uses Cyrillics in its writing. Remember back when you were in a McDonald's, your favorite drug dealer in the morning was an Albanian? You recall he hated Armenians? I feel like I think more people hate Albanians than they hate Armenians. Armenians are considered an ethnic minority in Russia. And they're usually on the receiving end of certain slurs. But other than that, generally, like in the racial hierarchy, most people will prefer Armenians over, for example, Chechens, because they're at the very least Christian Orthodox.
So you can see these are medical buildings.
Okay, let's full screen this for a moment. That's not the full screen button, sorry. How do I full screen this? Are we sure this is Armenian? First of all, that's not at all Russian. Just nothing here is written in Russian.
They've got Cyrillic writing.
That's not Cyrillic. That is not Cyrillic. That looks like... I don't know if I can tell the... Let me quickly look up. Let's look up the difference between Georgian and Armenian. Because I forget which one of them actually has their own. Americans can't ID Cyrillics? Shocking. I don't know. I seem to be perfectly capable of doing that. Let's see. Armenian writing. Images. Okay, let's compare that to Georgian. Aha. Okay, so Georgian is closer to Greek in its script. So hit and miss here. You're back. Sorry, Twitch Mobile is ass. I fully accept that. Twitch Mobile do be ass. If you want, there's a YouTube stream going. I'm not sure if YouTube Mobile is less ass, but here's your option, I guess. In case you get blasted by ads or want to just try a different viewing experience. Seku is currently the lone chatter who dominates the YouTube chat, so go and keep him company. But okay, so while this is in fact Armenian script, you got Twitch Turbo, nice. Power user, I see. Alright. But okay, this is not Cyrillic. This is Armenian.
Russian Armenian writing. Both.
No, it is not. It is not. Nothing. There was not a word of Russian written on that entire storefront.
Sides. There's lots of.
Let's see. Portfolio, income tax, Valley
action. It seems. I don't know how many patients are getting care, but in this 4-block area in Los Angeles.
Shit doesn't look like Russian. I know, right?
There are 40.
No, I just compared it. That does look like Armenian script. That is Armenian writing, but there wasn't a single word of Russian there.
2 hospices. So either there are a lot of people dying here, or you've got a fraudulent activity that is so good that everyone wants to get in on it. I'm in Van Nuys in Los Angeles, and this boarded up area above my head here.
Okay, that also does look like Armenian.
Is a big hospice center. There are apparently quite a few hospices around here, 42 within a 4-block radius. And these guys stole $16 million. Listen carefully. The main guy went to jail for 2 years, stealing $16 million, which is a good trade-off for a lot of folks. And if you look at it, it's pretty in the script. There wasn't anyone really in there. They weren't doing any services. They just got an address they could claim was a hospice. And then they ran the business, claiming people were at home getting services, which they really weren't. What we have learned is there's roughly $3.5 billion.
Okay, see, that's Russian.
Of fraud taking place here in Los Angeles in hospice and home care. It's run.
You should get in on one of these scams. I mean, there seems to be no detriment.
Quite a bit of it by the Russian Armenian mafia. You notice the lettering and language behind me is of that dialect. And it also highlights the fact that this is an organized crime, mafia deal where you've got folks who have systemically recruited doctors to write false prescriptions, hundreds of doctors participating. They've got 100,000 patients who they've tricked or paid to give them their beneficiary numbers so they can perpetuate the fraud. And then the criminals are just running the whole organization and quickly scurrying away when law enforcement does get around to prosecuting them. Unfortunately, in California, there has not been a lot of attention on these problems. That's going to change. The U.S. Attorney, the FBI, everyone's now focused on the fact that in this state, which has about $30 billion worth of home and community-based services, most of it might be fraudulent. Those are big numbers, and we're taking it seriously. The president's not going to tolerate this anymore.
Is that it? Is that the whole video? That is the whole video. Okay. Interesting premise. Whatever this may be. Why didn't the shades activate? Just a second. Let me verify that. That's not right. Where did I put the shades? Oh, there they are, visor shades. There you go. All right, for your viewing pleasure. All right. Ooh, clench up. This one's gonna be girthy.
Fortunately, we live in such a self-centered, capitalistic society.
Says a woman who does nothing but sit in front of a camera, waiting for simps to glaze her and give her money.
And it sucks because it trains us to prioritize work and money above all else, even friendships, even being there for other people. And then again, it creates this culture where...
I mean, I see how someone who has not worked a real job in the last 10 years and subsists entirely off of desperate, retarded men throwing money at you could come to that conclusion. I can see how someone with that lifestyle could become so detached from reality that you don't understand that people need money to live. And in order to get money, you need to work. It's not a capitalist thing. Excuse me, the Maslow hierarchy of needs describes a phenomenon that is as old as the human race. Unless you want to claim that capitalism is the natural state of the human race, which is a conversation I'm willing to entertain.
People are like, oh, I don't want to bother them. They're probably busy. Oh, I've heard so many people discuss this. In order to have a village, you need to be a villager. I think that's really true. Like, if you want people...
What the fuck does that even mean? Does she know what that means? I feel like she just said it to say something and pretend like she's profound.
To be there for you when you need it, you gotta be there for them when they need it. But it's also annoying to even have to, like, convince someone to be there for you.
This is someone in California whose vote counts just as much as yours.
Yes. Yes. Unfortunately, that is very true.
There for them, it's like, it's a whole myriad of things. Fortunately, we live in such...
That is probably the dumbest thing I've heard all week, and I've been listening to the pretty shooting details nonstop. Oh my god, what is happening? All right, let's see. I don't see who subscribed. Just a second. Let me pull up my dashboard. For some reason, OBS is just refusing to pull up my alerts, and it's not informing me of things that are happening. Where's my stream manager? Oh, no, Terry. Thank you for the proom. I have to read the disclaimer there real quick. If you have just subscribed to Koromaru Nissan's channel, your penis has just increased in length by 3 inches and an additional inch for each subsequent tier of subscription. Effects do not last after subscriptions expire. Can someone tell you that Hugo Chavez did when he took power in Venezuela? What do you mean? Can you be more specific? You can get a 6-inch penis if you sub at 3. I mean, dare to dream. You can get a 12-inch one if you gift a tier 3 as well. Oh boy, okay. So, Protraband. I did not see Protraband's video about this yet. I think I sort of can intuit his opinions because Protraband has been better on this than, for example, not Linkara. I'm not going to allow that in chat because you're focusing on a very interesting part of his identity first and foremost, and second of all, does he know? Oni Dojo, I don't think he knows. Okay, let's quickly deny that one. For once, Otto Jenny is useful. Calm the fuck down. He made private ownership of property legal? Ah, okay. I was not aware of that. Was it not already illegal by that time because it was a communist utopia? Oh, can someone tell her what Hugo Chavez did? Listen, are you expecting a Californian streamer woman to know things? That's kind of sexist of you. But yeah, Protraband is going to have a significantly better take on this than Trench. We're not going to look at Trench Grenade just because, listen, bro is on that content treadmill, and he says some dumb shit in the process of running on it. Like, he runs very fast. The content treadmill goes very fast, and sometimes Trench, you do be stumbling. A little too spicy after getting over some big sad recently. It is incumbent upon you as a man to be able to regulate your emotions and not crash out, especially publicly. A lesser streamer would have issued you a ban.
Well, folks, what do we have here? You know, I hate to be right. I hate to be right. You know, I mean, people think, you know, just because you.
I don't know, Pressure Man. You seem to enjoy being right, especially given the SIG-P320 involvement in this particular incident.
Know what's going on, whether people don't.
I'm pretty sure that Protroband has a shit-eating grin that is so wide that it's visible from underneath his balaclava.
A blessing. It's really a curse, just so you know. But now we are fully vindicated. And we've got the well. That doesn't really sum it up, does it? So we've got a new video in case you guys haven't seen. We'll go into it today. A man who looks just like Alex Preddy, and you know what?
You hate to be right? Really? I'm enjoying it. I am profoundly enjoying never being wrong. It is a high that I keep chasing constantly.
I'm just gonna say it's him. He looks exactly like him. If it comes out it's actually not him and just somebody who looks identical to him, I will of course update you, but...
No, I attest. I choose to believe that this is in fact George Moyd.
We believe it's him, and in this video they're saying they have 99% match with the BBC's facial recognition service.
I mean, it's the same outfit. It's the same cap. It's the same... It's the same physiognomy.
Apparently a thing. I guess that's what paying your TV license gets you over there.
Remember, Britain Bros, the TV license is not a real tax. It is not enforceable. You can just refuse to pay it. You can call the TV License Collection Authority and just tell them that you don't watch broadcast television and that you're opting out of paying it. Could have had a doppelganger, which explains the weird Photoshop.
Jolly old England. But here's a man. Here he is, and he's just a crashed out crazy lib.
You have never paid the TV license? There you go. See, you can just refuse to pay the TV license. Good man, Digby. Neither have I. I have actually called the TV license office, tried to send me letters stating that I haven't paid the TV license for the year, and I called them saying, hey, not only have I not paid it, I don't intend to pay it. I will not pay it. Because I don't have a TV in my apartment, and I don't have cable, and I don't watch any TV broadcast. When you get your own place, definitely not paying for cable just sucks everyone around you is brain dead because of TV. Probably part of the issue. I think millennials in general, the fuck is a TV license? So a TV license is something that you pay as a primary resident of a dwelling in the United Caliphate of England. So if you own a television and consume broadcast television, you are supposed to pay a jizya towards the holy BBC, the British Broadcasting Network. You're brain dead because of TikTok Gen Z moment? Unfortunate. I'm not sure which is better. I think at least my generation, like, okay, the generation that I most interacted with, to be fair, given my lore-appropriate age. I'm a little bit older than most of you, by at least a couple hundred years, but that's besides the point. Older millennials, millennials in general. I think millennials in general were the primary generation to largely hop off of cable and switch entirely to streaming platforms. You say I'm not? No, I'm not even gonna say that out loud. Gen Z is fucked. I don't know. I think Gen Z is doing pretty okay. It depends what you stim with. If you stim with caffeine, you should be pretty fine. Just, ease yourself off. You take one pouch of dippable pre-workout for a slight morale boost, and you just ride that high throughout the day.
Dude, I was trying to tell you guys, he's not a peaceful protester. There is this network that is trying to undermine our democracy, literally, by stopping.
I mean, that's proven. That's proven that he was part of the signal groups that were coordinating to disrupt ICE operations. There is literally an ongoing conspiracy to impede federal law enforcement. In the UK, if you have a TV that can pick up broadcast television, you pay an annual fee. That fee gets spent primarily on the BBC, with some going to other broadcast networks and radio networks. Ah, see, I didn't know that. I thought the BBC has control of all of it. The BBC, in turn, has and often ignored legal requirements for neutrality in news reporting, and its broadcasting is ad-free. The BBC also operates a number of public service utilities of niche utility of specific industries. I'd say that's a very detailed explanation, but I would say that mine is also not incorrect. Wait, no. It's, not incorrect. Yeah, double negative.
What we voted for, and he's part of
based
it.
on what? Based on
what a lot of intelligent people have said.
A lot of people get their misunderstanding about Gen Z from TikTok. A lot of kids you talk to are pretty neutral, based or brainwashed comedies. Oh, brainwashed communists. Interesting. See, like, I don't have those people around me. Your explanation is more in line with BBC reporting guidelines. I see. We're not going to expect you to. You're not expected to commit non-crime hate incidences in this chat. We would never attempt to entrap you that way. But I don't have any deranged commies in my circle. I'm fortunate enough to be able to vet the people around me. Half of Gen Z you talk to are like you, autistic, fucked in the head, and stupid as hell. I don't know. You seem to be at least, reasonably eloquent for someone in chat. Like, you use commas incorrectly, though. There's supposed to be one before the conjoint and. So it's supposed to be autistic, comma, fucked in the head, comma, and stupid as hell. But you tried, which is to say more than most people do with their punctuation.
About the signal groups. And so here he is kicking the...
He barely passed English. Same.
Absolute crap out of a Border Patrol car.
I learned that when I was 30.
While armed, and you can see him, I will take it a step.
You're trying to be smart, you just end up running into a pole, that's all. You don't commit non-crime hate incidents because you're expected to, you do it because it's fun.
Step further and say, I think you can see him reach for the gun at a certain frame in this video, which we will get to. Let's play the interaction. We'll probably not have sound on because this is the news media, the news network, new group. I will link the original down below so you guys can go check that out.
To be fair, English is your second language. Everyone point and laugh at the ESL.
Let's give it a play here and see what we can find.
Which is to say, you probably have a better operational understanding of English grammar than everyone else here.
So he's just crashing out. I mean, who crashes out like this? And you're kicking a car, I guess.
Someone who has been recently fired from their job and their wife divorced him because he's a deranged communist.
So what do you think is going to happen?
English isn't your second language, but people tend to think it is. Real American patriot.
When you kick the car, do you think they'll suddenly stop and say, okay, we're going to stop arresting illegals because you gave us a really good kick? I mean, he's just insane. This is the crashed out, insane liberal ideology where they have nothing to really do except crash out and rage. So let's watch that again. There you go. And I gotta say, Ford, I don't know who's designing these tail lights. You can see the wiring harness is still there. And maybe this is a feature. I assume that's a feature, right? So you can change the bulbs more easily. So that's why that probably came out so easily. It was a solid kick, though, I will say. I mean, this is, that's some damage. Hot take, this is assault right here.
Not a lawyer, so I'm not going to comment. The last deranged communist you knew managed to cripple himself for life in a chain of events that belongs in a Looney Tunes cartoon. Oh, I remember you talking about that. You said you can't disclose details. How the fuck did a kick break a tail light? I mean, it's a Ford tail light. I mean,
that's as clear as it gets, guys. But nothing happens to him. Watch.
Oh, it took 2 kicks, by the way.
So he's kicking, and of course they stop and get out, because what do you think is gonna? You think they're just gonna drive away? And so here he comes, and watch this here. He is squared off, ready to go with this guy. Look at him. Look at his posture.
Can we just watch the whole video, please, Protraband?
Here, look at his other hand down here.
Fuck it, I'm just gonna pull up my own video. Fuck, it's taking way too long. Let's see. Do I have it somewhere in my DMs? Nope, I don't have it here. It's probably... You don't go near Fords? To be fair, as Protraband said earlier, it's probably made that way to make maintenance easy. Like, it's not like cars require to, especially like the... It's not like your brake lights have to be impact proof. There's really no point to it. It's a relatively cheap replaceable part, so. Alright, let me pull that away. Let's actually watch the video. Ford's superior quality. If you tried kicking off the headlight out of your glorious Nippon car, you'll break your legs. I don't think so. I think if you kick a tail light on a Japanese car, it will also pop out. The fuck do I need English for? I talk American.
This is a moment the news movement filmed on January 13th in Minneapolis, showing a man who appears to be Alex Preddy interacting with federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol shot and killed him. Our footage was analyzed by the BBC, whose facial recognition technology confirmed his identity to a 97%
he's trying to run away. He can't run away. I wouldn't say that he was squaring up. He tried to run. Saw a man breaking his foot kicking a Reliant Robin. I know what that is. Things made of fiberglass that's decades old. Did not help that your school didn't teach you proper English because they were too busy grooming you into America hating communists. I feel like that's just you. Well, okay, probably not just you.
On the morning of January 13th, our team received a tip that federal agents were blocking a street at the corner of East 15. Walked back, a man came out of the vehicle, grabbed him, around.
See, like, first and foremost, you have a pepper launcher. Why the fuck are you just walking up and interdicting him? Blast his fucking face full of OC, then collect him.
And pushed him to the ground.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, yes, I needed that. See, better than coffee. Yeah, they just bag him up.
Arm up here to try and intercept this guy. This is a fighting...
You're only the only person who survived your school because you didn't engage in the propaganda, I see. Can we get a look at his rear waistband again? You suspect blur, but it does look like something's there. Let me go reopen that tab again. Let's get that close up.
Showing a man who appears to be Alex.
Yeah, we get it.
Border Patrol shot and
I would say yes. I would say that he has a gun there because we know that he carried at the 4 o'clock position because he's probably some people were saying, oh, like he had such a nice gun and he's definitely like a gun owner, just you and me. Whenever he pulls the coat over his head. Good point. It's a little shaky and grainy. Didn't he have a concealed carry? I mean, gun or permit? Difficult to tell. I'm going to say no rather than yes. I'm not sure how thick that shirt is, so I'm going to say no, which is probably why he survived this interaction. Otherwise he would have gotten ventilated because his fucking gun would have gone off here. So probably no. He probably didn't carry on this one. See, because the person filming has the shakes, it's very difficult to tell whether or not there's something there. Oh? What is that?
Is wearing a similar outfit to what Preddy was wearing.
Also, can we not use the term mag dump on this anymore? It was 5 shots. Did I say mag dump?
On the day he was killed. What appears to be a gun is also...
Yep. We got him, boys. That's... yeah... His gun is... Yep. That's his fucking... that's his fucking hand grenade of a gun right there. There'd be... yeah... He was looking for that suicide by cop for several days, and by golly, he sure did a good job of it. Worked out pretty good for him. Your eyeballs in fact did not deceive you. Yes, very good balls, good circumference. Solid swing. You did not go to a school? Well, apparently schools are a bit of a hazard now, so you seem to be doing just fine. Very nice balls, bro. Excuse me while I strain my tea.
Is also visible above his waistband.
But yeah, apparently like all of the guys were, oh, he's a gun owner just like us, bro. Who is it? Fucking Nate from Valhalla VFT, who's now just turned into a sad grifter who just he finds a news story and all he does is black pill grift and tries to come off as intelligent by just being a pointless contrarian on everything. He's basically vet bro Tucker Carlson at this point. That's all he does. Dude started out very solid. His exposés on Tim Kennedy were great. The beef between the Sligma males were also pretty funny, and then he just fell the fuck off. He got that first hit of sensationalist traffic off of Charlie Kirk, and he could not put the pipe down. And he's like, oh, it's a nice gun. Like, oh, he's definitely a real gun owner, just like us. He carried just like us. This could have happened to any one of us, bruh. You're just a bootlicker. No, first of all, I want commies ventilated. I'm sorry. I will I will never say that that commies getting ventilated and assuming room temperature is a bad thing. You will not catch me fucking alive saying the contrary. But that being said, that is an off-the-shelf. People have identified the exact model. I'm not going to look up the exact model, but they have. I guess I was a little bit too particular with the coloring of it. It is a gun that you can put together as you can basically buy it off the shelf with the 2 additional mags. Andrew Bracca nailed it? Yes. Andrew Bracca had fantastic reporting on it. But basically, it looks like an off-the-shelf SIG P320. It's someone with more money than sense buying a recognizable brand name. Actually buying a fucking melon. Not a melon. Actually buying a fucking lemon of a gun under a recognized brand name with all of the matching pieces. And that gun ending up leading to him being shot like a fucking dog. And mind you, now, as the footage was broken down granularly, it turned out, like, yes, he did not pull his gun on officers. However, he fucking reached for that holster after the gun was taken from him. Because when he heard people scream, gun, 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 he tried to reach for that gun. What the fuck do you think he was trying to do with that thing?
Gun is also visible above his waistband.
All right, now let's go back to Pertraban.
This is a semi-bladed stance. This is not a peaceful protester by any means.
That much is true, yes.
Let's watch. So, tries to run away. Okay, and there, right there, did you see that? Just a little bit right there. Look at the arm. Look at what he does with the arm. And that is where he was, in fact, carrying, based on other pictures we've seen from this event and other stills from this exact video. Would you look at that?
Did Sig do a good thing for once? The machine spirit actually addressed its own owner. Oh, there was a banger tweet about this. Just a second, I reposted that. Where was it? Where was it? What is this? What the fuck is this? Let's see. There it is. Normies just don't understand the thrill of throwing your loaded cig across the house. It's only dangerous if your heart isn't pure. Every gun can sense fear and malice, especially if it's a cig. They only go off on accident when you approach them with an impure heart. Real and true. If you throw a loaded cig, will it go off when it hits the ground? Smile. Only if you're impure of heart, apparently. Please don't actually try. Please, first of all, if you can help it, don't own a P320. Please actually don't fucking own P320s. If you happen to own one, unload it, clear it, and put it the fuck down in the safe until you have time to disassemble it and check if your if your striker assembly has lost its safety mechanism. You know, it sucks. The P320 is the P320 because it is one of the sexiest striker fired. It does look cool. Like I have to say that like the SIG designers, like the people who actually designed the outward appearance of the guns, they don't fucking miss. The SIG engineers, however, they do be shooting blanks occasionally. And sometimes that blank is inside of a P320 that's being dropped or, you know, lightly jostled with very minimal trigger travel. Again, as a safe queen, perfectly fine. It looks bland and boring. How fucking dare you? I will beat you with my fucking SIG MCX canebrake, the sexiest piston-driven gun ever conceived, outside of the absolutely god-awful FDE body. The engineers were their part makers in India and China. I feel like it's a confluence of both, because here's the thing. Yes, manufacturing parts in India, you bought an XDM instead, 100% better value. I can see that, yeah. But the thing is, like, not only is it a problem for that they manufacture their parts, like supposedly precision parts in India and China, regions that are notorious for bad QC and for not really being good about fitting into spec, but also maybe don't design your gun in a way where you can have tolerance stacking to such a fucking extent that your gun just goes off in the holster. Because that is some comm block fucking police handgun level quality.
And they should have arrested this guy right there. I know hindsight's 2020. They were nice and let this guy off. He did not repay the favor. He came back looking for trouble, in my opinion. Look at that. Look at that. So we will have the Protraband apology form down below. You guys can fill that out. Keep watching.
There's no reason to have his arm that way. It's not being pulled or pushed.
I want to go back because you can see the bulge there. And we have pictures of it too.
Remember there was an Antifa rally where a moron shot themselves in the foot? I do remember that. Yes, there was a number of them. Do you remember the NACAA rally where one of them also had a negligent discharge and shot themselves? The dude shot himself either with a shotgun or with a rifle. USP was the first gun you ever shot and you loved it to death, but the P226 takes the cake on sexy. The P226 does look nice. I'm kind of on an HK Glazer train right now. I'm on my HK arc currently. I'm aspirationally on my HK arc because the next handgun I want to buy is going to be an HK VP9. That's it. I'm going to go shoot it just to make sure that I like it more than the Walther, and I'm going to put my foot down and I'm going to buy a VP9. You're sexually attracted to the FN57? This is a joke? I mean, it's not the worst gun to do that to. Who's going what? To where? You're going to be the guy and just say the PT226 is carried by the SEAL M9 better? I don't know. The M9 relies on a trigger reset spring that has the propensity to fail. So, in the HK cult, Onii-san, yes, exactly. I aspire to join the HK cult. I will once I acquire my VP9, I will start replying to everything I see on Twitter with HK-less behavior and a photo of my magazine with a 9mm round pushed into it the wrong way in. But that will come. Like, listen, HKs are cool. As of right now, I'm still in practice. I am still a very consistent Glock fanboy. The Glock 19X is my most consistently fiddled handgun. Best desk fidget toy I have ever had. The only cult you're joining is the matcha cult. That's also, you can do both, not Linkara. I say that as someone who does both. Both of them are very expensive hobbies, I'll pre-warn you. I'm not sure which one is more expensive. I'm pretty sure as of today, I have legitimately spent more money on T-Wear than I have on guns. And I have some nice guns.
Yeah. So that's where he was carrying. He was eventually let go. We can
make your own guns with capacitors and coils. Sure, do it. You remember the rail gun that was available in retail for quite a while? I mean, with a 3D printer and a little bit of know-how, I'm pretty sure you can do that. Hell, if anything, you can ask Uvo for some additional instructions.
You can watch the rest of the video. It doesn't really matter here. Just kind of shows the background. There he is. I realize this is videoception, so thank you guys for bearing with me. I'm sure he was ordered to stand back right there. He spits, which spitting in itself is a form of assault. We see that happen. Maybe we've
seen 3D printed prototypes. I assume there are some blueprints on Odyssey.
Seen that before.
Like the hardest part about making a railgun operational is probably the software, because you need to calculate the sequence of the coils activating. As far as SIG pistols go, you like the P380? I've not heard about that one. The P365 seems to be a largely inoffensive handgun. Apart from the fact that apparently the springs in its trigger package and its FCU will fail after 10 to 15,000 rounds, which, to be fair, most people don't shoot that in 5 years, so.
Right? Look at that.
You like 5.7 because it's buff against poor people? Absolutely, absolutely based. That's the same reason I run 300 Blackout in my primary.
That's assault right there. The spit. Now, I'm not saying he deserved to die, but at this point, it is justified putting force back the other direction, especially after he kicks the car.
You wanted buffs against poor people, you'd be a true Chad and run a .48 super. That also works. I mean, the real anti-poor gun, realistically, is the Mark 23 with the Knight's Armament suppressor and laser and light module. Never mind that you're shooting basic bitch 45, the gun itself will it'll just erase a poor person from existence.
There you go.
Isn't spitting classified as bioterrorism? It is not. However, if you spit at an officer, spitting at a person, not just the Leo, is considered assault, yes.
Crashing out because
anything nice is anti-poor by default? Exactly.
They're arresting rapists, criminals.
Like, again, I think they just should have blasted him with OC there and then. Just give him a smuttering of it, then collect him off the floor. Where the fuck is he gonna go while not being able to see?
And look at that.
.44 Magnum gives a buff against... Why 44 Magnum, though?
Thank goodness the agent knows what he's doing here. You know? And it only took 2 there. I guess he learned from that first tussle. And that's why it took 5 guys in the second one. Yeah, I predict we are going to get body cam.
9 meter kills the body, 45 kills the soul. I don't know if it does that, especially with that fucking muzzle velocity. Sorry, I'm never carrying a subsonic by default round for anything.
That makes him look like even less of an angel in the future here.
Speaking of which, my MCX can is supposed to come back anytime now. I got an SLX for it precisely to be able to run supersonics for it, because my home defense setup is supersonic 300 blackout polymer tip. Depends on if you expect to shoot someone in water. I typically don't. Even though we do have big bodies of water, I don't go there because I lack buoyancy. The only reason to use a 45 is you want to suppress something. There's no other reason. Yes, largely true. Largely true. The temporary cavity is comparable with that of 9mm with plus P loads. It's been settled. Sorry. 45 had a role before when just the material sciences 45 plus P do be spicy. Okay, but how are your follow-up shots? Here's the thing. Like, I can do more damage, both in terms of permanent and temporary cavitation with 125 grain plus P 9mm. Than you could realistically do with the 45 plus P. Never mind that I also have double the capacity. Still impressed. Let me catch up with chat. Russians managed to suppress a revolver. I mean, that was, yeah, the suppressed Nagant is an interesting engineering solution. If only the Russians didn't cuck themselves by inventing not inventing communism, but really embracing it a little too hard. Volunteering to be guinea pigs for the communist theory. If they hadn't done that, maybe they would have had less shit guns. 45 had a role before 1960, 1970s? Yes, that's true. Inventing communism does go to the Germans. Yes, Karl Marx, that's true. I would say they've definitely invented applied communism. That would be the core difference here. Because Marx was just theorizing while, asking everyone, including his friends and relatives, for money because he refused to work a job, like very many communists do. 44 because it's expensive and isn't compatible with firearms that are friendly to untrained shooters. Again, you can say that about a lot of rounds.
So,
by that logic, the 50 Action Express is the most anti-poor round because it is a round that is used for one gun, fine, 2, both of which are ridiculously expensive, very stupid to shoot, and very impractical.
About your pro-Trump apology.
Was the first champagne socialist. I mean, he was the original socialist. It makes sense that the original one was a champagne socialist. Refused to work a job and lived off his rich father and then his rich friend? Yes.
Forms down below. No, I mean, but to be real, this was something that the more we learn about it, the more justified it appears to be. Now, the cops cannot have been all-knowing. Look, there you go. The officers on the ground at the fateful encounter
That actually looks like a different gun because that's a black grip.
Could not have been all-knowing and omnipotent, knowing that the gun was already disarmed. Maybe if there weren't 6 million rape whistles going, actually, they would have been able to hear and see clearly that he was disarmed. But they didn't know if he had another gun.
I think, to be fair, as much as I dislike the fucking whistles, I feel like the whistles didn't do much here because, like, if you watch the actual footage, someone sees the gun, they scream, gun, 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 they take the gun, and they don't even have, like, the daylight between doing that and the fucking P320 going off to say that they've secured the gun. So what everyone else hears is, gun, 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 bang, apparently, like, none of us shot, so it must be him shooting. That means we have to use lethal force because he's gonna fucking shoot us.
It's very common to have ankle carry. It's definitely not unheard of, I will say. They didn't know. They heard a gunshot, and the agent fired. Completely justified, in my opinion. And this video does not change my analysis of the previous video. It just further confirms this guy was not here to sell Girl Scout cookies, okay? Not a good dude. So everyone crashing out over this is hilarious. Everyone trying to virtue signal and say, it's about 2A rights. You actually don't have a right to impede federal law enforcement, especially to deny the people what they voted for in record numbers.
All accurate statements, all absolutely correct. I remember rights are a meme. No, Digby, they're not. The problem is that your rights come with responsibilities. That's the thing. Our right to be armed is derived from being a well-regulated militia. The definition of a well-regulated or well-functioning militia includes not being a retard. So it's still very much in line with it. I understand that the concept of inalienable rights seems like high fantasy to the British, but there are places where it still holds a lot of fiat.
Okay, you actually don't have that right, and you are stepping on my democracy. So thank goodness that things are progressing smoother now in Minneapolis. Thank goodness there is a deal that he and Waltz came to. Not sure what's going to happen with him. And
I think Waltz sold everyone down the river. I think Waltz was given a deal, and he was basically offered, hey, you can go away forever for seditious conspiracy, or you can sell everyone the fuck out. And you know what? To Tampon Tim's credit, he seems to be at the very least smarter than Jacob Gay. Phrase reneging on the... Yeah, exactly. It's more that as soon as the cost of maintaining those rights exceeds the value of them to the state will go lol lamau even at the concept. No, if you have a backstop against that. Again, that is the function of an armed population here. And that is also a function of our separation by state. That's why we're not actually a centralized unitary republic. That's why we are a federative state that is actually comprised of 50 semi-autonomous units. Look at the USA at the time it banned the ownership of gold. I don't see, here's the thing. Ownership of gold was a momentary overlap. Yes, it was. Was it overreach by the federal government? Yes. Was not seen as fundamentally important by most of the population. Property rights ignored because it was convenient to the government. Again, does the government sometimes overstep? Yes, it does. Thankfully, most of the time that's corrected. Because we have mechanisms to correct that against. Because our Constitution is actually worth more than the paper it's written on. It's more than the sum of its parts. Which, you know, is more than can be said about most constitutions. And again, now the document, any document, and any laws and any rights enshrined therein are only as good as the people the people enforcing and practicing it. So you are right in the sense that rights don't exist on their own. They're not an immovable, an objectively tangible, immovable object. They don't just materialize out of nothing. Rights exist as a product of the social contract that we sign on to, and they exist so far as there are good men willing to enforce them. So it's less about blackpilling and it's more about retaining vigilance. As much as you dislike a lot of presidents, there's no greater traitor in history than FDR. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Rights must be defended. You can't just rely on the fact that they are there. We're going to look at a video that's actually going to be dealing with that in a moment. The violation of rights does not disprove the existence of rights. Similarly, emotions overriding thought does not disprove the existence of thought. Yes.
Then Ilhan Omar got sprayed with the apple cider vinegar. I'm sure that was organic. I'm sure that was totally real, guys. Let me know what you think.
Yes, generational leftard fakes an attack on a congresswoman who is completely unfazed by it, by the way.
Those of you who want to say, this changes nothing, it just shows me kind of how ingrained into your belief system you are.
I think Mentis Wave put it very well in his gun video. If you are unable to defend your rights, you don't have any rights. Your argument would be that defending them is part of the cost-benefit equation. It's coercion via the threat of collective violence on the part of the public. Yes, and that's kind of how the state that's kind of how the country formed, Digby. We've inflicted such gruesome collective violence against the British that they had to leave. And all they had to do was to give us an MP since they were taxing us.
Are unique.
She's used to sour things on her face? Well, I don't know about that one. I can't really say one way or another. She's definitely used to how should I put this? To it coming from a very familiar source. Really keeps these things inside the family. It was a culture shock to her that it wasn't acid. Ooh, white boy being too kind as usual.
You need to take a step back. You need to breathe and realize that your emotions are being riled up on purpose to be used against you and to.
I don't know. My first emotional response is serves him right. Total commie death.
Try to split the country apart, guys. This is the same playbook they did in 2020 where they said if you don't take this experimental shot, you are killing grandma. Now they're saying these guys are killing disarmed rioters and you need to, I guess, let Infinity illegals stay here because 2 liberals got hurt, I guess is the conclusion there. And then the other...
It's also flopping so badly because, you see, with Bill Large Mansions, they managed to capture that mass hysteria of women and people who are spiritually women, also known as low T men. Here, there is no groundswell. There is nothing. First of all, because most people are sick of your shit. Most people are very much deaf to the propaganda. Second of all, the minorities left y'all out to dry. How many Somalis do you see participating in this? Like, your Somalian boys don't have your back. The Somalis and the Latinos are just letting you fall on that fucking sword. You don't have enough tears for the innocent. You're not going to cry over a communist traitor. Yeah. A lot of the manpower in these protests are professionals. They're either, I wouldn't say that the manpower is professionals. I see the organizers are definitely professionals. As someone who had operated counterinsurgency work in the Middle East in the 2000s has said, this looks exactly like the networks they had to work against in Iraq. This is eerily similar in the logic. And in the counterinsurgency work that he did. And the manpower is largely retarded. The organizers are definitely well aware of what they're doing. Third worlders aren't interested in joining in because where they're from, the people who go to these get killed. I mean, a couple of them managed that even here. But yes, that's also part of it. But I've opined about this on Twitter, basically saying that yes, that you know what, that feeling when even the fucking inbred light bulb head Somalis are smarter than the libtards currently falling on the sword of ice. The manpower is largely retarded and infirm, either very old, very emotional women or very low T men. Yes, universally so. It's very funny where they had to fucking Facetune George Moyd to make him more presentable. Imagine being worn as a skin suit by liberal women who wouldn't give you the time of day when you were alive. So many sexual predators. I mean, statistically, yes, quite a few. Give me a moment to quickly refill my tea kettle. I ran out of water for my tea. My Secret Santa got me a little bit of tiguanin, which is, it's nice. It's nice when people do these things. If you want to lift my spirits, if you feel emboldened and overcome by generosity, just buy me some tea. Don't even subscribe. Just the tea is enough. The tea makes me happier than anything. I'll be right back.
Here's an important German word for understanding what's happening very quickly around you all of a sudden. Volksgemeinschaft! It means people's community, where people is a Volk, which is a unified ethnic, cultural, national, and nationalist conception of identity. What is happening in England right now under the banner of St. George's Cross is attempting to use the issues around immigration and all the attendant problems, including rape gangs, a liberating tolerance, anti-Brit legal situation, etc. To encourage an English Volksgemeinschaft movement. It's not about rights, freedoms, or the problems nearly so much as it is about encouraging a collectivist and daring a nationalist. People's community mentality, sentiments, and movement. Something similar is being pushed around a Scottish identity based on the young woman who rightly and heroically
the soy rage. Listen, I am fine with RAM being a little bit more expensive just to enable this. All right, where were we?
There's a whole side of this too, is people who are saying, oh, see, dude, I hate the government. It's totally cool to hate the government. What these guys are completely missing is this government is enacting my will. I voted for this.
Yes, I literally voted for this, and it's even better than I expected, because I voted for all of the illegals gone. But if I get communists getting shot as a bonus, I am not going to complain.
Not this guy specifically, but this enforcement in general is very much what I voted for. So if you want to sit there and blackpill and say, well, you guys...
The government isn't enacting your will. There's no bounties on communists. 0 out of 10 administration. Okay, listen, let's be realistic with our expectations here, okay? That was never part of the platform. Maybe when J.D. Vance runs, he's going to make some promises. Maybe his mouth is going to write some checks, and we'll see if his ass can cash them. You want more illegals gone? I mean, again, they're working. Minnesota is a relatively small operation, and it's a thought that's recently crossed my mind. But like all of the people saying, well, I want them to work faster. My guy, like, do you have visibility on ICE resources? Do you know what manpower do they have access to? Are you sure that they just, aren't already doing everything with the resources they have because they also have to go in very hostile environments? Because for one, like a quarter of all deportations and of all ICE work is in Texas. But it's just going buttery smooth because the state of Texas is just in full cooperation with these people. Also, someone did the math relatively. There's a non-zero chance Vance impregnated his wife while wearing the wig on Halloween. I really don't care. Vance's wife is my least favorite part about his biography. I'll be completely transparent. It's possibly a large reason why I prefer Stephen Miller as the potential heir apparent, or Marco Rubio. The stats for red states are very good, by the way. You would like them to ramp up. I would like them to start involving Indians. Yes, exactly. Vance's Indian wife. Will he deport her when he's the only one left? If he does, he has my vote, like, twice. Miller needs a beard. It needs to reach at least halfway down his neck. That's true. That's true. He needs to get get on trend. He needs to roid out and grow a beard. That would go so fucking hard.
I just shouldn't support the government no matter what. Guess what will happen if everyone in your audience in the right and center right?
Yes, exactly. If he does that, he will be a true American hero. I will forever hail him as God Emperor Vance.
Chooses to not partake in government. Just guess.
Considering his consistent pattern of success, you suggest appointing Gabe Newell as the dictator of the USA? You have a point. I really don't like the fact that you have a point, and I really don't have any counter-argument to that. Yeah, like, I hate to admit it, but, like, I've got nothing. Sorry, that's actually a good idea.
What'll happen in the
The only politician fine with doing nothing and still winning.
next 10 years. We already saw what happened with Obama and Obama 3 with Joe. I mean, was he even awake for most of that presidency? Who knows? We had the auto pen running. And just understand, if we don't fix
everything the man touches turns to gold. He was the lead dev on the early version of Windows, for instance. Yep. God King Gaben. Yes, exactly.
our country, we literally...
Should we just include a prayer to God King Gaben under every review we leave on Steam? You have done such a good work here. Please run for the presidency of the United States. Please bless us with your wisdom, God King Gaben. Become the benevolent dictator we deserve. Maybe start a petition. That's actually not a bad idea.
We don't get it back. We have illegals on the voting rolls. That's been proven.
Once Trump and maybe Trump 2, whoever his heir apparent in 28 is, solidifies the death of the New World Order, then we can have Gaben to rule over it as a just but firm dictator.
Proven in multiple states. They're
going to go a bit further. You're sure that if someone bitched about a shutdown, he would spend hours reading the worst parts of the bill, making it not worth signing?
getting licenses. They're giving them freaking CDLs and just saying no name given, and then they're crashing into your daughter on the freeway because they don't know how to drive a semi. By the way,
would be funny if it led to a party whose entire platform was appointing Gaben supreme dictator, no other platform, no agenda. That would be fun. See, like, if the Libertarian Party wasn't retarded, we could have used them for that. Unfortunately, they can't help themselves but smother themselves in shit very publicly and just make themselves the most off-putting option that's not a mainstream party. A GameCube in every household. A GabeCube in every household.
Take a look at.
He would make it so great. It's going to be the greatest gaming console ever. You're never going to need another one.
Certain videos that come from over there, and look at how they drive. They don't have lanes. It's just every man for himself. There's no order. We don't want to live like
President Newell. The Democrats are demanding things again. What should we do? Nothing.
like that, folks. We do not want to live that way. We actually have rules for a reason. We know you don't skip in line to get your way. We all learned that in kindergarten, and I'm glad that we now have, looks like, some video proof that this guy, he had a couple screws loose. So love for the defenders to see this one. Maybe they'll double down, the Peretti defenders. So
Nate is going to say absolutely, like, Valhalla of the EFT is going to pretend this doesn't exist. He's just going to move on to the next grift. I guarantee you. He's probably going to latch on to whatever the fuck is happening with the Osama bin Laden raid revelations or whatever the fuck else. He's not going to put out a corrective statement because there are no clicks in it. Forget waiting for Trump. Gaben would have this shit dealt with like a hacker who stole a Steam account. Wait. He's going to use Steam accounts to find all of the illegals. You're happy now at work because you don't have to deal with these people stealing your tools? Oh, really? Wait, has retail theft gone down because they're just fucking afraid of ICE? They no longer loiter in the parking lots? Someone infiltrated an anti-ICE agitator Zoom meeting. Oh boy, that's gonna be... Immigration is a governance problem. I'll just fix their countries and make money doing it. I mean, that's sort of what Trump is trying to do to a certain extent. Off to bed. Good night, sort of a demon. Thank you for checking in. That is horrible, brother. You have a very thick accent. That's not. Is there going to be a meeting? This is an unvetted space. Please discern yourself whether to keep your video on or off. Whether or not to use your name and pronouns. Do not share sensitive information, details of ICE activities, and those impacted by them in this space for the well-being of all. If you'd like a one-on-one spiritual care, please message me and I'll move you into a room with someone who can offer it. They have a Zoom prayer circle. Sorry, you sound dyslexic as fuck. Please stop making sounds. You work in constructions, you often catch illegals in the act, but you won't be surprised if retail saw the same decrease in theft. Amazing. If you deport the criminals, crime goes down.
So much, Sam.
Witchcraft must not be tolerated. Burn the heretic. Do not suffer the witch.
For singing us into the space together. Welcome, folks. Glad to be with you here. My name is Ben Connolly, and I'm gonna...
The fake Buddhist altar in the background.
Be the main facilitator this evening. Team Michael Rock is also here.
Zoom prayer circle is not the strangest thing you've seen come out of America and religion. I don't think... Well, it is a religion, but it is like a secular leftist religion. They have subscription-based prayer apps for Christians. That is also true, and that's also weird as fuck.
Here with me to support you all. And Sam will be handling the technology.
How Episcopal of them, yeah.
If you have any tech needs or concerns. So, this...
I was not aware that those apps are paid. Like, I've seen Babylon Bee advertise some prayer app. But I would think that if you're going to evangelize, are you also going to take money for doing that?
Zoom healing space for rapid responders is something we've been doing nightly for about a month.
They're using their actual name.
And
suffer not the mutant, the illegal, the communist.
It's organized. It was originally kind of came out of some work by Martin.
No likes given. Hello there in Kick Chat. You see, you're probably the first real chatter we've seen so far. Hello and welcome to the stream.
Group, which is multi-faith, anti-racist change and healing, which is kind of
he's definitely fucking inhaling something.
This network of pro-queer, anti-racist faith people.
These people are too retarded to log out of their primary Zoom accounts to join this shit.
And this will be a half an hour long, and this is not a vetted space, so...
Quick, look him up on the sex offender registry.
We're careful about how we distribute the Zoom link to get in here. However, we can't be sure that someone isn't here who might be trying to get information or interfere with what we're doing. So we just invite folks to, handle that security question in your own way, like in terms of your own sense.
That's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that they're guarded against their. I would like to see them fully unclenched, thinking that this is a legitimately safe space for them to go off and say the crazy shit they actually think.
Of your safety, but we encourage you to don't use your whole name here, and in particular to not share any details that could point back to someone else. So just talking about your own personal experience, and probably not in a great deal of detail about what you've been doing in the rapid response.
You've been to such spaces. Most of the time it's stupid shit. Well, yes, but it's funny.
And more fundamentally, this is a space that is for you. It's designed to be a healing, grounding for your well-being. We understand that you're doing very courageous.
The physiognomy check is never wrong. The physiognomy check has never been wrong. I spend hours looking at soy men, failing to answer the most innocuous question, expecting an insightful answer.
Just difficult work, and there has been a lot of violence directed towards people involved.
Fetch me my calipers.
In rapid response, and that's really hard on bodies and hearts and minds and spirits. So this is just a time for your well-being. So I'm just going to move us through a variety of sort of grounding in the body and in our values type of things. We'll probably have some song.
When Zen monks refused the authority of Oda Nobunaga, he took some pretty decisive enforcement action against them. He burned down their entire fucking monastery and killed them all.
So I'd like to just begin by inviting you to notice your body. You don't have to do something fancy at this moment. Just bring.
Who is this ball? So this is an anti-ice healing space. This is their healer. He's casting mass buffs.
Bring your attention to your own embodied experience. How does your body feel? What are the sensations there?
Unmute, I have to pee.
And I'm going to invite you to really listen to
You think phrenology may have been discarded prematurely?
what your body is telling you right now about what it needs. And if it feels like it needs to be settled and at rest, see if you can find a posture or a position that helps you to be settled in.
I mean, it's an interesting practice, but I think that most of you really need to buy the official Oni Dojo patch to be truly in touch with your spiritual self. Post this to all of the chats there. I only have the command set up for Twitch for understandable reasons.
At rest. If it feels like it needs to release some energy, I encourage you to move. And the two main moments, you might want to stand up or just move while you're sitting, but two different ways of moving that can be very helpful if you're involved in something very stressful. One would be like a shaking. So if you might be like, oh, my body would just like to, and just shake it off. So you don't have to do that if that's not what your body is calling you.
This is real.
You are, let it happen.
This is real.
Or you might feel sort of a sense of needing to open and stretch, and you can just try.
No, bro, not the samoe robe, please. He's wearing a robe over his t-shirt.
And listen to what is your body telling you it needs.
So what
this is about
exactly?
Trusting your own embodied experience.
This is a 30-minute healing
Focusing attention
session
there
for people who have been
as
doing
an act
rapid
of
response, the ice chasers.
Underlying everything I will do this evening is the idea that focusing attention is an act of care.
I will bet you that that someone pays money for his online instructionals for this shit. This dude charges money, probably mostly to Californians, for like hour-long online meditation guidance or some shit.
And I'm just going to invite you to notice how you feel, your current emotional state. See if you can just name it. So again, an act of care.
Really need a cowboy hat to put on your Aho Works patch. You'll put the Oni Dojo patch on your canvas duster. I'm gonna be the only member of the Oni Dojo with a 1800 style combat kit, absolutely based. Make sure to don't post your photos of yourself because those need to be, you know, scrubbed and censored. So I never encourage people to breach OPSEC in the server. However, post kit in the server. That's why we have the Tread on Them channel. Let me actually plug that one as well. There you go. Who the fuck pays for meditation? Californians.
Just knowing the emotion that's present. Naming it with simple words like tired or angry or sad or calm.
All right, this is so woman coded. I do not wish to inflict this this entire thing on all of us. Let's scroll through it. Morons from DC, mostly black women. No. I guarantee you there are the whitest Karens you have ever imagined. You can ever imagine paying for this shit. Like I guarantee you. Californian liberal white women, hippies, yeah, all of those. They'll pay for that shit.
Or your parents or your great grandparents. If you think of an ancestor or two. And as we see these come in, T has redwood trees. Watch the chat. You can really focus on listening and hearing. T, you wanna?
Here's the thing. I know how to better describe this. So Leaflet apparently had a run-in with one of her so-called friends on her channel recently, and my theory is that they're not really her friends anymore. Like Tazuto and the most recent retard who was flamed. I think that they stick around her waiting for an opportunity to burn her. They're waiting for that mega yab that they can use to quote-unquote expose her to the other libs and ride that controversy into infamy. She keeps them around because she knows that they're retarded and she can farm them for content. Yes, chaos. The more you learn of this world, the more you wish you didn't learn of this world.
See who's here? All our ancestors?
Yeah, glad to. We're just working out the mute button. Yeah, I want to start with reading Agnes and Casimir Bilecki and the redwood trees as dear ancestors. Grandpa Bob.
World War II hero. So just recognizing
someone experienced this voluntarily for a full 30 minutes. You know what? Yeah, no, I need a palate cleanser. So, this is Lawman Land. This is my favorite YouTube schizophrenic. I kid you not. I think the dude is trolling. And this is the best YouTube Shorts troll I have ever seen. All of his videos are some variation of this. Every description of every video is an unhinged schizo rant. However, if you pay attention to what's actually happening in the videos, at least that's my headcanon. I think that... Also, Kershaw watched the entire Zoom stream. My condolences. I do not want to do that. I have less tolerance. As a New England woman, she probably has higher tolerance for that shit than I do. But back to Lawman Land over here. The great feminization and its consequences, truly. So this dude posts nothing but him violently flailing around combat dolls. And basically just doing this at varying speeds. He also works out. Also, here's the thing. He's a substantial gentleman. Like, he's... Thank you. But he's actually fucking... The dude is built like a brick shithouse, despite being of a fairly advanced age. You're convinced this man has no idea how to throw a punch? No. I think this is bait. I think that he is actually just violently trolling. Because, and that, again, that is entirely my headcanon. In order to believe that this is effective, like whatever he's showing on like those multiple dummies and whatnot, the master troll boomer, exactly. So like if he were to actually believe the things that he is doing, show you him throwing a punch, he doesn't show you throwing a real punch at any point. Well, maybe we'll get a glimpse of it at some point. Let's just have him violently flail for right now. Actually, let's see if we can find older videos. Yes, Digby, that's the point. The thing is, what he's outwardly presenting on the channel is complete schizocore. Like, if you believe anything that he is doing as part of his training, you would have to actually be like clinically retarded and schizophrenic at the same time. However, I think that he is just trolling, because if you pay attention to the actual kit in the video, first of all, he seems to have his own fucking gym. Second of all, he in every one of his video has like $700 worth of equipment on him. Never underestimate the insanity of some people. But again, if he were so insane, like in order to be this insane, he would be unable to function in society. And he's very obviously able to function in society because he keeps buying new training gear. Like in the most recent video that we saw there, he has a Mantis X. I forget the model for it. Oh, I'd be surprised. But he's apparently good enough to buy guns, and like outside of the schizo shit that he does, he at the very least seems to be weight training effectively enough to be like a substantially built man, despite being what looks like in his 60s. So I think this is a troll. He is putting out the fattest bait just possible, especially the USA martial arts scene. There's a bunch of wacky schizos and cult leaders making a lot of money off of it. I don't think they're making a lot of money off of it. I'll be honest. I think most of those people are borderline broke. I think the era of the snake oil salesman has ended, and the guy doesn't sell anything. That's the thing. He doesn't monetize anything off of the channel. It could also be perfectly normal until recently. No. He's been doing that for years. Lawman Land has been posting that schizo-core shit for at least the last 3 years. He is a very consistent character. And I think he is just trying to churn out slop to get it picked up in the algo.
Ice could not be.
Speaking of nothing burgers, he's doing it for the bit, for he greatly enjoys it. See, I think that as well. I think that he is actually just trolling. There's too much commitment to the bait? Maybe I am assuming a lot and just being too optimistic in my outlook. Also, making those videos has to be good cardio. Again, He seems to have access to his own gym. He seems to have his own house with a backyard filled with like training mannequins. He's obviously able to afford guns that fire simunition. So he's not like on any lists. He's not mentally incapable. He seems to be just fine. He seems to have the extra cash to throw at training equipment. He's just having a jolly old time.
Reformed, it cannot be rehabilitated. We must abolish ICE for good.
He's so stunning and brave.
NPHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
See, like, her first reaction is to walk towards the guy. No, I refuse to believe it. She squares up against the dude. Really? A congressperson who's attacked by someone in the crowd squares up against the attacker? Get the fuck out of here. Sorry. No. This is fabricated and homosexual. You, when you retire with your 401k, the idea of completely abolishing immigration and customs enforcement is such a horrifying thought. Well, I mean, at that point, you no longer have a country. That's it. Like, if you do not have borders and you don't enforce those borders, you no longer have a country, which is part of the mission statement of the Democrat Party. Omar didn't even jump. Everyone behind her had the proper reaction. Let's slow that down.
To resign or face impeachment.
See, that's soy jackish, but correct. Everyone is confused. And she's just squaring up against the dude. No, fake and gay, staged. She's trying to deflect off of the fact that people, first of all, found all of the money that she has scammed, and the fact that she's naturalized under false pretense and participated in immigration fraud. That's it. You are cooked.
I don't know. Oh my god, he's sprayed something on us. I need a napkin to know nothing.
It would not even be an economic zone, Gecko. The thing is, like, an economic zone still has known boundaries and still vets its participants.
No. We will continue this. I'm not gonna get away with it. No, I don't know what.
Fake and gay. All right, let's do this. Let's lose what the last IQ demolishing clip of the day, and I promise then we'll go and play video games.
Having a city, and like someone comes to you and goes, Genghis Khan is coming to our city. What do we do? And you're like, hold on. We got to think about this clearly and not go overboard. And you go, okay, well, he's got advanced spies coming in and stealing our weapons. And you go, well, can we prove it? And they're like, the guy's running away right now. Well, we don't know what he's running for. We got to make sure we treat these people fairly and equally. And then you just, an hour later, he runs in and massacres you.
You know, the civilian mind is different than the military mind. I'm not in a military mindset right now. I'm in a civilian mindset.
Okay, and I have a question. A guy breaks into your house.
Right now, implying that Ian is even capable of leaving the perpetual civilian mindset that he subsists in.
He breaks into your house, and he's screaming, oh, I'm here to kill.
Again, it's just like Leaflet keeping her retarded friends around to farm them for content. I think that's the only reason Tim keeps Ian around the podcast. Because every time he opens his mouth, it's the dumbest shit you've heard all day, and he's great to farm for rage bait.
Kill Ian Crossland. Are you going to be like, well, you know, he's allowed to have guns. I better not use the law against him.
No, I would use the law my own.
Why in that circumstance, but not in the macro? Why in the micro, not in the macro?
This guy, what do you mean exactly? It's a weird question. What do you mean?
No, so My point is that when it affects you personally, you have no problem saying, I'll use the law
If
against
someone
you.
breaks into someone's house in a state where you can shoot them, then you have to defend your territory and your life.
You have to defend
You
them.
have a duty to
Okay, what
to
if
your community to
foreigners
defend
who
your
want
life.
to murder your whole people break into your country with weapons threatening to kill you? Do you have to defend them?
Well, yes. Well, not them. You have to defend your country.
You have a duty as the military to defend the country, yes.
No, I disagree. Even like again, a well-regulated militia being necessary for the continuation of a free state. No, not as the military, exactly. A well-regulated militia, and that including the people, all of it, yes, etc., etc. Same brain cell.
Okay, so that's happening right now.
But we're talking about a dude standing outside it.
Who's he defending?
Practicing his.
Who's he defending?
What's the purpose of his gun?
No, he's not defending himself.
You don't have to claim a defendant to issue your Second Amendment right.
This is the point,
What
Ian.
is he doing? He's
standing
defending
on a
the
street.
immigrant community. That's what he's doing.
I mean, he's just standing. I don't know what he was.
No, he's not just standing. He's like, I guess he's talking about the Pretty shooting. No, he wasn't just standing there. He was directly interfering with ICE agents. You know how he knew that ICE agents were there? Because he's part of a network of people who very specifically organize that, who keep tabs on where ICE is active, and then they send people who are supposed to act as frontline enforcers to disrupt and impede federal law enforcement. He was there to very specifically not just stand and watch, not to defend to defend illegals. His mission statement there, like the purpose of him being there, whether he realized it or not, is to be a force projection factor against federal law enforcement. Yes, exactly. He's attacking law enforcement and attempting to unarrest someone.
Is doing. I saw a picture of him standing there with a rifle pointed at the ground.
Ian?
Oh, okay, different guy. Excuse me. We're talking about Meal Team 6, who we watched standing with an off the rack fucking AR with a Hux. I think it was a Hux suppressor in his neighborhood.
Why is that guy outside?
To show ICE that there's an armed people waiting.
And what is ICE doing?
Throwing people out of the country?
Arresting people who should not be here, criminals, rapists, illegal immigrants in general, and that guy's attempting to intimidate them.
Well,
so now let's try again. Someone breaks into your house and screams.
Me walking around with my rifle out is not intimidating.
You just said that was his intention.
I don't know. His intention was to show ICE that there's a militia. That's not an intimidation.
Sure.
ICE should know that.
That is intimidation, actually. Anyone with a rifle in the open is an idiot. How dare you? Sometimes I'm too lazy to go find my handgun, or it's locked away and I need to check the mail.
There's a militia.
I think that's intimidation.
Not a militia.
Let's try this in. A guy breaks into your house screaming, "I'm here to kill Ian Cross."
Here's the thing: visibly arming yourself in order to, for example, repel rioters from your neighborhood is a legitimate use of open carry, even of a primary. Open carrying to repel federal law enforcement, that is stupid.
And then another guy shows up and says, "Look, I'm not here to kill Ian. I just have a gun pointed at him." Should you use the law against him too?
You defend. If someone's pointing a gun at you, you have a right to defend yourself. They're essentially.
My point is, when we've had conversations like this so often where when the issue comes to you personally, you have no problem being like, well, of course, that's why you would do it. And when the issue comes.
When you say in the open, you mean you're actually interested in applying force to perceived tyranny? You should be in concealment? Yes, that is, again, the reason they're comfortable with going out in the open with the gun is because they actually know that they're not fighting a tyranny, because they know that the government will actually not go out of their way to fuck with them. They're there to agitate. They're there to put additional pressure on federal law enforcement and to create a happening. And also, they're never going to fire a shot in anger. Well, I mean, given the epidemic of low T amongst the anti-protesters, or the ICE protesters, I would say that they are more likely to crack off a shot in fear if they manage to remember how to throw the safety off on their rifle.
Comes to the betterment of the country and the laws and our Constitution, you're just like, nah, the bad guys do whatever they want.
As I'm sitting here listening to you guys, I just hear Democrats having this exact same conversation about people like you, is what I hear. And so don't become the enemy you're trying to destroy. Don't become the demon.
Let them destroy you.
No. Yeah. Why would you ever let someone destroy you?
That's literally what you're talking about.
You're talking about
literally
arresting a guy.
earlier. You just said that we weren't in an existential conflict.
I did not utter those words.
You said, Phil, you're sitting here in a podcast.
Yeah. Your life is not under threat right now.
Point
that's
was
what existential means.
Ian, is my life under threat right now?
I can't. Doesn't look like it.
You would be incorrect. Why am I in this building right now?
All of our lives are constantly under threat. It's the world. You know, doesn't Russia have nukes pointed at our country
Ian,
right now?
why are we in Florida?
Setting up. I know. Setting up a new shop. You know, looking for.
Why are we trying to look for something new?
Security because we're
no. Answer the question, Ian. You defended the Michigan Patriots, and it caused a lot of friction in your Blood Bowl league. You dropped out of the league because the low-T Gen Xers chose to move to Blood Bowl's 2020 rules. I am completely out of the loop on the Blood Bowl meta. I'm very sorry. I have no feedback.
We're running an entertainment company. We need security.
You want to be closer to
what happened that made us do that, Ian?
Obsessive people come and say,
Ian,
hey, we want
a thing happened. Say it.
The people shot a gun outside the studio.
People shot 3 rounds at our studio. They're trying to kill us.
But that doesn't mean you go around stripping people of their rights.
Their right to what?
To carry a weapon outside.
That said, that was fine.
Well,
I said, if the intention is to intimidate our duly appointed law enforcement, we say no. We don't tolerate people.
Their army will retaliate with their fearful 22. Oh. Yeah. There was some God. Oni wife came up with like the best slur ever. Hispanopithecus. So there was a leftist Hispanopithecus with his fucking 1022 rifle ready to square off against ICE. As soy as their cast, the cast are, the DBZ abridged guys got pacifism right. It's only useful as an epitaph on your headstone. The same goes for any principle that prevents you from retaliation. Yes. All black guns are equal. Some are more equal than others.
Who are trying to destroy us.
Yeah, but we don't know that guy's intention, bro.
I said, if he breaks the law, throw the book at him. And then you're like...
Everyone nicknamed Dora the Lefty.
Like, no, judges have deference, blah, blah, blah. I didn't say just throw him in jail.
Dora the deported.
For no reason. I said, if he breaks the law, throw the book at him.
Right, and that is the same argument they used on January 6th. To put
so
people
now
away for 20 years.
This is moving the goalpost. We have to give up because the other side is mean.
I would never say give up.
You are literally just
my response to your, but they think the same thing is, duh.
Yes, you actually should want to destroy your enemy utterly.
The Hatfields and the McCoys, do you think one side was justified and the other wasn't? They're just feuding. That's reality. Who's right in any grand conflict?
I mean, no, that's actually very easy. We are right and the communists are wrong and deserve nothing but assuming room temperature.
Let's talk about like Korea versus Japan. Who was morally justified?
Japan because they won.
No,
exactly. There's a dispute between people. Sometimes it's aggressors. Sometimes it's ideological. Sometimes it's resource driven. But all that matters is right now in this country, there are 2 political moral philosophies. Both say the other is the bad guy. And you know what? We are correct. And they say the exact same thing. But
you can go deep on communism as a concept, but this is not the venue. It would take 2 hours. I mean, Hungry Santa wrong, simple as. I mean, the best argument against communism is that it gets, it's managed a death toll in excess of 120 million people and still doesn't work.
But I know that we're correct because we fact-checked these things.
I think I missed your post about the left reading about Michigan protesters and combat kit. I probably did, yes. Probably because you didn't make that comment, or at the very least, it's not showing up. Just a second. Maybe it's a chat setting problem. Because it's showing me top chat as opposed... Oh, it was in... It's live chat. Okay. Michigan 2020 people protested in combat kit. Leftists screamed that it was terrorism and it's never acceptable. I see. You defended the Michigan Patriots and it caused a lot of friction in your Blood Bowl league. Okay. You were barely able to tolerate those Democrats, and adopting the new 2020 rules was going too far. Okay. An onion made of bubonic plague. Every layer is fucking awful, and it's amazing that it's so perfectly wrong.
And they don't. Now, some of them may, but they lie all the time. They lie about everything. I'll give them some credit on the one screen, 2 movies with Renee Good. But you take a look at J6, you take a look at Don Lemon and what's going on with Don Lemon. On January 6th, you had rioters. I have no problem telling the world the rioters should go to prison. You beat a cop, you go to jail, and they did. I think 3 years was fair. I think it's actually a little...
Maybe throwing Enrique Tarrio into prison, intending to do that for the rest of his life, by the way, for being in the general DC... Wait, no, he wasn't even in the DC area. He just sent a message to people there, and trying to find him guilty on seditious conspiracy is a little bit overkill. Don't you think so, Ian?
A little bit long. So a commutation and a pardon for the 20-year sentences does make sense. Do the liberals say anything like that? No. They say the innocent people who showed up after the riot, walking onto public land they had no idea was closed to public and the doors were open, should go to prison because they're evil insurrectionists. They say that Owen Schroyer, who never went in the building, should go to prison. They say that Brennan Strzok, who never went in the building, should go to prison because they don't care, they don't fact check, and they...
And Enrique Tarrio, who wasn't even in DC.
They want to destroy us.
Oren, you just said people that went into that church should all go to prison for 10 years. Like,
yeah. When one side decides, so are you familiar with game theory?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell me more about it.
No, he is absolutely not. The concept of game theory exceeds Ian's capacity for object permanence. They went in and they did the thing. They did a heckin' terrorism.
So prisoner's dilemma, right? You have to have 2 people cooperating, or as soon as someone defects, you have to defect in order to keep the equilibrium. The only way you ever keep equilibrium inside a system is to make sure that you have a reciprocal strategy. If you have one side say, okay, we're sending people to prison for 30 years who weren't even in J6, who weren't even in the area, and then when they do something similar and you don't push back, you don't give them a reciprocal pushback, they will just continue that strategy of defecting infinitely because there's no incentive for them to stop.
I mean, that's also assuming that you want to continue an iterative game as opposed to just, removing your opposition from the equation. There you go, you're banned.
What you're suggesting is they get to defect infinitely and we always have to cooperate. How does that game end?
Well, I don't think that either is justified.
Ian, answer the fucking question.
Fine, I'm talking about strategy.
Ian can't answer the breakfast question. Just whenever time Ian Crossland speaks, remember that he can't answer the breakfast question. I think that was an actual thing that Tim did to him live on air. He asked him the breakfast question, and Ian fumbled answering it.
The game ends with de-escalation.
No.
The game ends with de-escalation if you have reciprocally participating. If you have co-conspirators that are coordinating, then the game ends in de-escalation. It does not end in de-escalation if one party defects.
The way I said it isn't the right answer.
Ian,
how does the game end?
Let's try again. Here's the question. If they are putting
Please, Tim, hit him with the breakfast question. Please, pretty please.
Sixers in prison for 20 years, even people who didn't go in the building, and we don't put them in prison when they violate the Klan Act or the FACE Act, what is the next what's the logical conclusion to that kind of system?
Well, there would be multiple possible conclusions to that. One is the other side says, okay, then we're done. We're not going to do this anymore. Another side
You're
would be
being intentionally obtuse.
They're weak. Now let's stomp them into paste.
Agreed. And that's what they've been doing for the past 10 years. Why would they stop now? Honest question.
Right, I'm gonna line up another React video. I kind of wanted to cut it short. Just a second. I need to... What is this? What is this I see in my inbox? It's a mysterious image. What might it be? Absolutely fantastic. He has ascended to Agartha. The longer I look, the worse it becomes. They've even he made it to Agartha, and they've healed his stage 5 Norwood. That's actually not what I wanted to pull up. Oh, horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Where is that Guns and Gadgets video?
Today we're diving into
We're going to get to you later, Jared.
How would they stop now? They haven't stopped. They've escalated.
Who? Firstly, a silly question. Who's they? Who? A genuine question.
The left, the ingrained communists that infest our society. Agartha's strongest warrior. No, Agartha's strongest warrior is that meat-eating guy. God, a lot of you are new here, so y'all don't know the old. This is not even old Kurumaru lore at this point. This is like relatively recent Kurumaru lore. Basic soy nugget drills. Let me pull up the video for those of you who do not know, who are not knowers. You can watch this one in your free time when we're done with the stream. It's probably not going to let. No, it is letting me. Okay. Unable to display some videos. Get the fuck out. There it is. There it is. Get shareable link. There we go. You're off. Good night. Thank you for checking in, Crespian. Always appreciate put that video in your bookmarks and just inflict it upon yourselves. And thank me for cutting out the worst bits.
Left moral worldview. Disparate factions aligned with a multicultural democratic society.
Commies. Fucking commies. Despicable skin-walking tankies.
Society. Whereas we are the constitutional republican.
Helicopter ballast.
Faction.
Most people don't want civil war. They don't want.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
They don't. You said, why would they stop now? They don't want. They don't.
The
want
people
it.
who are.
Yeah, they don't want civil war. They want to gas us out in an increasingly authoritarian state that's morphing into basically a communist dystopia.
Roving around in Minneapolis, beating pedestrians. Pulling cars over? They're pulling cars over. They're stalking white people because they look like they might be ICE.
Yeah, they don't want civil war. They want domination. They want it to run an insurrection against a non-resistant population is what they want. They don't want civil war because that involves, different sides. It involves opposing forces that are better armed and better trained.
And harassing them. There's videos of them ripping a guy, telling a guy screaming, take it off because he wore an American flag hoodie. And then you have the storming of a church in violation of the law.
It involves what kind of American? Yeah, exactly. They all know very well that they are going to get the short end of that particular binary.
They're not stopping. They've been escalating. And this is, you still have the George Floyd Square in Minneapolis years later. They caused billions of dollars in damage. They firebombed the White House grounds, set
would have been funny if either George Floyd or George Moyd would have died at George Floyd Avenue.
Fire to St. John's Church, and they mocked Trump when he tried when he did disperse the crowd. They called him Bunker Boy because he was brought into an emergency bunker. Right now, what we have been witnessing is the right has done nothing but beg the system. We voted in November because we are moral and just people who say we don't riot, we don't burn things down, we don't shoot people, we vote.
It's not only no. We vote. Because we don't want to do what we would have to do if voting doesn't work. Like, I prefer to go to work in the morning tomorrow. I don't want to pick up my rifle, and I don't want to see rivers of blood that I would have to inflict to correct this system if voting doesn't work. I don't want to go and collect commie scalps. I could really do without that. Blue hats, separate discussion. But I really don't want to go off of, I don't want to disrupt my very comfortable suburban lifestyle as a tech professional in order to have to inflict extreme bloody violence on people who want my way of life to disappear. I would really prefer to be able to vote my way out of that, as opposed to picking up my rifle and having to murder them. However, if voting doesn't work for one reason or another, be it through sabotaging our institutions, violating the agreed upon social contract, or other disruptive activities that they're actively trying to partake in, if they render my vote inefficient because they don't like their vote not winning and they want to throw the toys out of the pram and turn the table over, fine, fuck it, I'll just kill you because you don't want to play by the rules. You really want to collect commie teeth, but you understand that most people don't, and it's not necessary at the moment. Again, like, violence is bad, just general. It's not a great experience. It's not great for your long-term mental well-being. I am competent in violence. I have dedicated a lot of my personal free time in the last few decades to learn how to very effectively send people off this mortal coil. I would prefer to not do that. You'd volunteer to collect scalps. Again, if necessary, I will be the first one there with my own hardware. I will, however, expect an ammo allowance, or at the very least some kind of reimbursement for mine. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face, Mike Tyson. I mean, if you're punched by Mike Tyson, you may not even have a plan. Like, you may go back in time and just dematerialize whatever plan you had.
And then we did, and Trump's been somewhat ineffective domestically in this regard. If we continue to allow Democrats to beat, murder, and terrorize...
Let me put it that way. Most people who can loosely be termed as conservative, and realistically, that's everyone... let me pull up the political compass test just to sort of illustrate that point. Hide tab. Political compass test. The test is actually very outdated. It's very, very leftward leaning. It's just random results. Can I just have the image, please and thank you? It's the legend is in taco for some reason, but disregard. Oh, you can't see it behind me, can you? Open image in new tab. There we. Oh, that's very zoomed in. There we go. So here's the thing. At this point, everyone who is to the right of this, like, is loosely termed as conservative. We're currently painting with a very broad brush here, and I mean everyone to the right of this line. You can't see the line behind Klukai, but everyone to the right of this vertical is currently labeled as Nazis by the left. Because, like, everything else, like, everything to the left of that is actual insane commies who label everyone else Nazis. But for the sake of argument, currently, let's call everyone to the right of this vertical, everyone to the right of 3 steps off center as conservative. Everyone here, like, in this, like, most people want to follow the process. We really would like to retain institutions. We've kind of worked out that having institutions and societies kind of fucking works, and we all agree in principle that we're going to stick to institutions and their internal rules because the alternative is rivers of blood. However, the left has figured out, like, everyone to the left of that line has figured out that under sort of current sensibilities, they can just violate the social contract. They can just refuse to participate in institutions, and they can just basically, they engage basically in a form of prisoner's dilemma, where they refuse to cooperate because in the short term, it seems to be netting them better results. It allows them to just win stuff. Like, they figured out that they can just do shit. They figured out that they can just ban the sitting president off social media. They figured out that they can just permeate every institution in every culturally relevant area of life in order to gas out any opposing point of view. they've figured out that to a certain extent you can, in fact, just burn down half of the fucking country in a riot over a contrived reason because some fucking fentanyl junkie overdosed. And like there are two ways to correct this. Either the adults come back in, we put down our foot and we lay down the law, and we maintain and we insist on the fact that no, rules are actually real, they are tangible, they are going to be enforced, and if you step out of line, you will get slapped. Perhaps you will be slapped a little too hard, but that will be done in order to set an example. Or we just fucking kill you, because there's more of us, and we are more capable of violence. And we would very much prefer to just lay down the law. I think I speak for more than just myself. I think most of present company would probably agree.
And we do nothing. There is only one logical conclusion at this point. We will be crushed into paste.
So if the left is beating, murdering, and terrorizing, are you suggesting the right should also do that?
The right should use the law against these people and put them in prison, like I said we do. We vote. We beg the system to deal with it. We don't go out, we don't riot, we don't shoot people.
Yes, exactly. We beg the system to work. I would prefer that ICE deports all of the illegals as opposed to putting on plates, taking my rifle, and kicking doors every time I hear someone speak taco behind it.
You suggested these people...
They have a violence dial, we have a violence switch. Yes, we do.
People should not go to prison for storming the church.
I didn't say that. I just said 10 years.
I would, you know what? I would term it a little bit differently. I would say that we have a violence breaker. And when that breaker falls, shit turns very dark, very quick. And all you can hear is screaming.
I say now 10 years is
well, that's the penalty, isn't it? That's the maximum.
I'm trying to remember the exact part of the act.
Conspiracy against rights.
Yeah, well, that's what they're charging. They're saying they're charging under the KKK Act because they said the FACE Act is a little bit difficult because of the ingress and egress. Did you actually block? So it's easier to just go after conspiracy of rights. Though I think they'll also catch FACE Act violations.
Yeah, I don't think 10 years is good, but I do think prison in general, and that means at least a year. It is the federal statute 10 years. Yeah, it was 10 years.
It's way worse than shooting the officer. We would make catapults and wheel them into wheeling them to the border and completely hurl illegals competitively. Let me read that one again. It's way worse than shooting the officer. We would make catapults, wheel them to the border, and competitively hurl them over the border. I can see that. Yeah. Deportational skeet shooting, if I may.
Yeah. The maximum penalty for Klan Act is 10 years. With aggravating factors, it can be life in prison. And so now you have the state laws where they've enacted these civil rights protections, re-enshrined them, which religion is one of them. I say live by the sword. We treat others as though as how they want to be treated. So if Democrats say we are going to protect against discrimination, we say, well, you stormed into a church, religion is a protected class, and you lock them up. Those are their rules.
I personally think that that's reasonable. I was putting myself in the heads of some of those churchgoers. Probably really thought they were about to all get killed.
It's very fun. Again, Ian doesn't have his own opinions. He just doesn't. It's on the one hand, it's great because you can actually like talk him down and convince him of a reasonable position. Unfortunately, because he lacks object permanence, he's going to forget whatever you've convinced him of.
Ultimately, in the end, is that I think it is obvious to everybody watching the show that Democrats think they're right. And they're justified. The difference is the moral framework they use, which was the point of bringing this up. Do we believe in the Second Amendment? Is it universal? It's certainly not universal. The Second Amendment applies to good Americans who believe in the Constitution against those who would subvert it, like these people are. So we can frame it like this. The American people are all holding hands, singing songs under a rainbow when the British return My God, it's Revolutionary War 2.0. A bunch of British people land with U-boats crashing into the shores of California for some reason in the Pacific. There was a flanked attack.
If they tried that in your grandfather's church, something very bad would happen. Luckily, those people don't live there. I think something very similar would happen if they had tried that in any major church in Texas. I kind of feel that would have been the response. You can't hear the screams if their lungs are filled with gases that are easily to get a hold of or that the police and military refuse to use. Also real and true.
And they say, we're taking this land back for the crown. And they pull out guns. Are we going to be like, well, they have a right to keep and bear arms? Or are we going to be like, enemy invaders, put them down?
That's completely unrealistic. They'd be like, Saad, we are here.
Of course, we don't give our enemy, foreign invasion.
Zoran Mamdani's campaign.
Okay, yes, exactly. How is Zoran Mamdani different from the Redcoats?
Campaign said that he was intentionally going to protect non-citizens from federal law enforcement that were duly appointed by the duly elected American government. That is insurrection. He announced it. He went on The View and said he wants to abolish ICE. This is an individual not from this country, later did gain citizenship, threatening the people who democratically elected a Congress, a president who then appointed and the Senate confirmed a Supreme Court. And these people are saying, your laws be damned. We'll do what we want. And one of these guys is walking around with a gun. And we go, drat, he's used our own rules against us. Well, I say that brace could be a federal offense. I'm not going to give you any leeway here. No benefit of the doubt. Look. Now,
I mean, for one, the dude also had a suppressor attached to it. And reminder, using an NFA item in the furtherance of another crime is a crime in and of itself. That's an additional free 10 years in big boy prison that you catch.
I'm not going to rag on the leftists who do believe in owning guns, but for the liberals who have tried to ban them like they're doing right now in Virginia, making it harder to buy guns, why would I give these people an inch? I'm going to be like, nah, you live the way you want, and you support the people that want to take guns away, so I say you get what you want.
When Eisenhower was sending the 101st down to the South to march people into schools by bayonet to break, segregation, there weren't a bunch of Southerners sitting there with their guns, pointing them, laying them on their arm and staring at the 101st Airborne. That's not how it went down. And if they had, they would have learned a lesson real quick. It's not like there's some kind of lack of precedent here.
Thanks for checking out this clip.
Thank you for inflicting Ian on me, Tim. Then again, you're the one who has to deal with him on a daily basis. So speaking of, those people are the enemy, and they're actually telling you what they're going to do. Yeah, that's big boy felony, federal pen, exactly. That's the ATF comes to kill your fucking dog felony.
Today we're diving into a brand new piece of federal legislation that, if passed, could fundamentally change the way ammunition is bought and sold in this country. It's called the Stop Online Ammunition Sales Act. It's a rehash of a bill that was put in about 3 years ago, and members of Congress just reintroduced it into this year's Congress. This affects every gun owner, every online ammo buyer, and potentially every ammo retailer that sells over the internet.
I actually need to buy ammo. I found so funny enough, the best place I found for 300 Blackout right now is a site called Armed in Michigan. They, hands down, they have the best prices for 300 Blackout, for good 300 Blackout. I'm not talking shovelware like Ammo Inc. or something like that, or the other less reputable. It's not fucking AAC. That's good Fiocchi 300 Blackout. $30 for box per box. Pretty good prices for Hornady VMAX, which is my home defense round, and Spear Gold Dot, $25 per box. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Actually, let me Spear Gold Dot. I'll quickly check something. 9mm. I considered 124 grain. Yes. They do not have big boxes. I just figured that they don't. I'm interested in the G2. I just haven't. No, I am stupid. Why did I close the tab? I need that tab opened. There. No. Shit. Okay. My own tabs are bamboozling me. There we go. Okay. Cart. I'm trying to not lose my cart because that's my checkout cart. There we go. PMC, your beloved. Like I've not had bad experiences with 300 blackout ammo, except that one time, a fucking Hornady Black didn't didn't work. It just was a dud round. I'm not sure. Probably wasn't a light primer strike. I'm not sure what happened there, but that's my self-defense ammo. Yeah. So since then, I try to cycle out my old whatever ammo I have staged for self-defense at least once a year. So it's about time I rebuy that stuff. The idea of online ammunition sales being illegal should be considered a prima facie violation of the Second Amendment? Yes. Basically, they want us to have ammo as regulated as it is in California or the UK or Switzerland, and none of those are acceptable scenarios.
So let's break this down, what the bill actually does, what it means, and why you need to know about it right now. Before I do, brand new shirt by TriStar Trading. If you love The Big Lebowski, you got to get this one, man. It's pretty cool.
I feel like I just don't understand The Big Lebowski movie. Like, I've seen it. I don't dislike it. It's okay. It's a movie. But, like, whenever I watch it, I feel like there's a whole layer of symbolism that's going completely over my head, and it frustrates me to no end.
The dude sitting in front of the White House, and it says this.
It appeals to stoners primarily. I did hear that, but not being a consumer of Goynip, I guess I don't appreciate the finer points of it.
Aggression will not stand, man. And because that's like your opinion, man. But check it out. Link is down below. TriStar hit another one out of the park with this one. This legislation was reintroduced by Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman out of New Jersey. And Congressman Kwesi Mufumi, I don't know how he says his name.
The Star Wars name's at it again.
MFUME. He's out of Maryland. They are the primary sponsors.
He's definitely not out of Maryland.
Sponsors of this bill, calling it a common sense measure to place safeguards on online ammunition sales. And that's the
Maryland, yeah.
language coming straight from the press release. Now, will this bill pass? Probably has no chance, as Congress is currently made up. But what the Democrats are doing is dropping irons in the fire in case they get something going on in the midterms here. And definitely if they get a control of the House and the Senate and a Democrat president, this is coming to us. So this is what they're doing. They're kind of...
Yeah, it's very important. Like they keep pushing these gun control bills that are dead on arrival, but we need to... Like, when your enemy tells you what they are, you best believe them. Like, these are things that they want to happen, and this is why you need to fight tooth and nail to make sure that they never get power back. Do I enjoy the Republican Party? Marginally more than I did previously. I'm still not a fan. Like, it's a C+ at best. There are things that can be done way better. However, the alternative is just hellishly bad. I'm sorry, I will take the lukewarm conservatives over actual fucking raging commies.
Gauging support to see who signs on as a co-sponsor and who doesn't, and then they can build off of that. That's what every bit of Congress does when they have a bill. It doesn't...
Like, I'm sorry, it doesn't, like, the protest vote doesn't make sense when the alternative and the protest vote leads to actual frothing gun grabbers coming into power. Like, yes, did the Republicans badly fumble the big beautiful bill where they could have just repealed the entirety of the fucking NFA? Yes. Yes, and they should be shat on daily. Every person in that committee, including the majority chair, they all should be reminded of the fact that they fumbled. Daily. On a daily basis, you need to go and shit on their face. That still means that while, like, we still need to keep them in power, because the government being ineffectual is better than the government being run by frothing commies.
Go anywhere. They're just trying to see how much support they have.
And while we do nothing, you need to be active on your local level. Maybe fucking participate in your local primaries. Hell, run for all I care.
Now, officially, it's in the House of Representatives, and it's now H.R.
Like, I'm not promising anything, but one of these days I may just become fed up enough that I decide to run for local office and will be forced to go on hiatus. The alternative are people who want to tax you to death, ban your rights to self-defense, legalize drugs, remove immigration control, and avoid charging sex criminals who victimize children. Yes. They want to inflict every client group they've collected under their banner onto you. Their promise to their electorate and whoever is a co-conspirator is that they will present you as a convenient victim, you and your children for generations to come.
7166, the Stop Online Ammunition Sales Act of 2025-6. Now, it's being reintroduced, and the full text makes 3 major changes to federal law, again, if passed. What does it exactly do? Number 1, licensing of ammunition dealers. This is like straight out of a California wet dream. The bill would amend federal law so that ammunition sellers must be federally licensed just like gun dealers are today. In other words, if you want to sell ammunition, you would need a federal firearms license.
I'm pretty sure that would also affect manufacturing. Like everyone who does reloading, you better fucking expect to now be regulated by the ATF.
And that's the dramatic change from the current system where many ammo sellers operate online without an FFL. 2 would be face-to-face verification of ammunition purchases. Now, this is the centerpiece. The bill would require sales only in face-to-face transactions. No more just clicking add to cart online and having thousands of rounds shipped to your door, which reminds me, I need to buy more 300 Blackout Subsonic. Just got some new cans in. Under the new system, it took me 10 days, for those wondering, 10 days of approval, and the old system took 2 days, but I guess
I'm still waiting for my Form 4 to come back, and it's been 10 business days. I am actually
making progress.
10 business
Instead,
days?
the seller, now a licensed FFL dealer under this pipe dream, must verify your identity in person by examining a government-issued photo ID.
Okay, so it's been 11 business days today. I am officially waiting longer than Garrett for my Form 4 to come back. I assume it is taking a little bit more time because I'm getting it into a trust as opposed to just to my name.
That's essentially turning ammunition purchases into something more like gun purchases in terms of physical verification. So if you're thinking, but I buy my ammo online and I love convenience. Well, under this bill, that convenience would disappear. Number 3 would be bulk sale reporting requirements, and this is a fun one. The third major requirement of the bill is if a licensed ammunition dealer sells more than 1,000 rounds of ammunition, which is a case, which most classes are a case plus, and you can go through that in 2 days, more than
9mm ammo you just burn through like nobody's business.
1,000 rounds of ammunition, if they're sold to an unlicensed person, meaning you're not an FFL, within 5 consecutive business days, that dealer must prepare a report of multiple sales. This report goes to the Attorney General, Pam Bondi currently, who is not a friend, and it would also go to state or local law enforcement. This is basically a bulk.
You're so glad that you learned how to make 25 rounds into an effective training regime. Are you just running the man card drill over and over?
Ammo tracking requirement, the kind of reporting already in place for multiple handgun sales in many states, but never before applied to ammunition at the federal level. Now, before I kind of have
the, how should I put this? I have a very unenviable gambit in front of me. I have like the remainder of a case of ammo I got for free. It's not good ammo. Like, it's, first of all, 115 grain, which is fine. Just, be good at recoil control. However, the brass is kind of shit. It is shit to the extent that one of them jammed inside of it was a fired casing, and it jammed inside of
Based on what? Based on the stick in your mouth.
inside of, I think it was my gun. I don't remember if it was my gun or something, but it happened definitely out of that box. And it jammed because the brass is so soft that the ejector just pulled out the fucking rim, as opposed to, you know, extracting the whole casing. One reload ones, throttling reloads transitions, sort of based on Travis Haley's variation on the El Presidente. I see. Maybe a Dick Wilson drill if you're feeling spicy. I really want to run the man card. By the next time I go to the range, I will try to buy a steel target and get a shot timer going. And I just want to run the man card because it looks like a very cool drill to train around.
Too heated on this. Before you get too crazy, a quick word from our sponsor, Patriot Gold.
I understand that it's more of a test of fundamentals as an actual training regiment. However, I still like it.
Guys, silver has surged over 158% in 2025, and but a mania phase is not far off. If you add up all of the deficits of the last 5 years,
we watched the ad because we're using someone else's video. Please bear with me. You know what? Actually, while we watch the ad, I'm gonna run a poll because we have options for what to play today. And I will permit democracy. I will permit managed democracy as your benevolent tyrant. And we shall choose between, make a new poll, game of the night. Our options are going to be Subnautica. It's unfortunate that the spawner doesn't work, but you know, it's still reasonably fun to play. Abyss School is your other option, and oh boy, depending on Helldivers released a C4 pack and now Bon Voyage and you love it. I see. I have still not gotten Helldivers just because I lack the bandwidth to play it. Oh boy. What do I give you as a third option for the day? You know what? You don't get a third option. You just get two. You will pick from two and you will accept the outcomes. YouTube may vote by mail-in ballot.
800 million ounces. Silver investments.
Okay, YouTube has voted for Abyss School, so know that there is one vote in that one.
Demand in ETFs exceeded 200 million ounces, surpassing predictions of 70 million ounces. Goldman Sachs reiterated that gold was their favorite long-term.
You will say that seeing enemy corpses fly through the air via explosive propulsion makes your heart sing every time. Understandable.
Commodity, and Goldman is forecasting $4,900 an ounce, although as I'm recording this, it's over that right now. HBC raised their forecast to $5,400 an ounce. And meanwhile, China is quietly destroying the dollar.
It kind of feels like there's a gold bubble coming, as silly as it sounds. Like, whenever a commodity starts going ridiculous, like whenever it's hitting record highs, there's going to be a correction.
And controls rare earths and has figured a way to price and settle without using a single US dollar. With gold up.
If China had a way to price and settle without using the US dollar, they would not abide by US banking sanctions. So I'm going to call bullshit and panicins.
More than 60% and silver up over 150%. That's a stampede. Gold and silver's recent surge is not the end of the story. It's the opening
Gatling
chapter.
gun enjoyer, good man.
There isn't reason to panic. It's reason to adjust your investments.
I really wish that Deathwing was a good game. Like it lacks just that little spark of being stupid fun. All it has to do is just be codex accurate. Come on, like if monoparize whoever I'm hitting. Like we can settle Abyss School by sweeps the entire thing. Holy shit. Okay. I see you're all in a mood. My preparatory work for priming you for that game has done some good. But yeah, like please, who was the developer on that one? Fat Shark, please release a modding tool so that I can enjoy my assault cannon again.
First, own more gold and silver. Gold has nearly doubled in the performance of the S&P over the last 25 years. Call the proud Americans of the Patriot Gold Group today before it's too late. Mention Guns and Gadgets and you'll always get best-in-class service from Patriots protecting Patriots. Patriot Gold Group has the no fee for life IRA, where your IRA or your 401k can be in physical gold and silver, and you may be eligible for the no fee for life IRA on qualifying rollovers. Call 888-581.
Don't buy gold on paper. Gold you hold is the only gold worth anything. Yes, but is that gold really liquid? That's the thing. Like what? Okay, fine. You have standard gold bullion. What next? You need to liquidate like $2,000 worth. And I would argue that in a scenario where the banking system is no longer available, that gold bullion isn't worth shit. Let's steep on that one for a moment.
4989 for a free investor guide today.
That crate of ammo, however.
Patriot Gold Group is a consumer affairs top-rated gold IRA dealer 9 years in a row. Call 888-581-4989 today or hit the link in the pinned comment and in the description. All right, let's be clear about what this would mean in practice if this bill were to pass. Online ammo dealers would need a federal license. Buyers would need to show up in person with a government ID before being allowed to purchase ammunition. And large ammo purchases could trigger a federal and state reporting obligation. Now, supporters of this bill frame it as a common sense safety measure, saying it closes a perceived loophole, not an actual loophole, but a perceived loophole allowing anonymous or bulk.
So it makes retards feel safer as opposed to actually be safer. Got it.
Ammunition purchases online. But from the gun rights perspective, this isn't just regulation, it's a structural shift. The commerce of the ammunition in the United States has historically been treated differently from the commerce of firearms because it's not a firearm. Ammunition, even large quantities of it, has not required the same face-to-face ID verification or licensing regime. Now, lawmakers want to treat ammo more like guns. And that's a big legal and cultural shift. Also, consider the enforcement here. How would this work across state lines? Online retailers in one state shipping ammo to buyers in another state? Would every transaction suddenly require physical presence? And who bears the cost and logistical burdens? Like, these are serious questions that gun owners and civil liberties advocates are already raising here. Now, in press statements announcing the reintroduction of the bill, Watson Coleman said that regulating online ammo sales is a common sense step to counter mass shootings and protect families. Yes, it's not.
Pretty sure that if someone can pass a background check to buy a gun, they can also do the same to buy ammo, so we're not really doing anything with that.
The crazy person who wishes to do harm to other human beings because of their mental.
It's like requiring a driver's license to buy gas.
State. It's the fact that you could buy ammo online, even though they probably didn't. But it's our problem, not theirs. Now, she said public safety must come before convenience.
No, absolutely the fuck not. Public safety can suck a dick.
But maybe Watson Coleman should read the Constitution. Maybe she should. Now, Rep. Mfume, however, Mfume? MF...
Representative Star Wars name, yes. Representative should have been deported a decade ago.
Mfuma, however he says it, echoed that sentiment, framing the bill as a response to the ongoing crisis of mass shootings. And
is that the same guy who tried to impeach Trump, screaming, "Do not redeem"?
Ammunition falling into the wrong hands. Not an issue, but they're making one up. They're just trying to convince you of this. Now, these are the talking points you'll hear from the proponents. Public safety, common sense safeguards, and closing loopholes.
Common sense is having machine guns delivered to my door, but also removing the nanny state in order to prevent funding a cohort in society that seems to be disproportionately prone to criminality due to mass fatherlessness.
But here's the bottom line for us, the real people who have real brains. This bill would overhaul how ammunition is sold nationwide, and if passed, it would end most online ammo sales as they exist today. It could impose reporting requirements that would turn ordinary, I wouldn't say bulk buyers, ordinary purchasers.
Until they deport all illegals, they don't get to complain about public safety. Also real and true.
Of ammo into de facto reportable transactions.
I'm pretty sure that there have been fewer people hurt, never mind killed, by ammo bought online than there have been fatalities and rapes involving illegals.
It effectively expands federal regulatory reach into a market that has remained relatively unregulated and doesn't need to be.
Well, you generally get the point. The Democrats are fucking retarded and evil, so they should be kept under heel until the end of time. Do not suffer the commie, the tanky, the pretend revolutionary. Right, we're probably going to need to dismiss Officer Klukai over here, just because this is an Unreal Engine game. So we may run into some optimization issues. Although, listen, Itiru does the best work a man can. I understand solo dev, all that stuff. So we're gonna allow liberties here. No name given is several times more likely to hurt you with a semi than legal gun owners. Yes, statistically very true. Right, do we have audio? We do have audio. We're gonna start a new game. I started a game a while ago and I don't remember how to play it. Is audio good? No, not Klukai. Listen, she'll be back during Saturday's stream, okay? I promise. Gameplay, voice language, Nihongo. Okay, good. Graphics. We'll keep the graphics up unless it stutters. I don't see myself stuttering, so we seem to be doing just fine. He seems to catch up with the optimization on some of his older games as time goes on, and this game has received a couple of very recent patches. You even get some feet for free, so I guess enjoy. Model costume. There's a variety of costumes that are not yet available to us. I'm not a stalking enjoyer, but I guess you can unlock it by clearing the minigame shadow puzzle. Okay, let's be mindful of that. So, variety of outfits available to us. Side story. Yeah, but I've unlocked nothing. I unlocked a couple of memos. Alright, you know what? Let me take a quick bathroom break, and I would implore you to do the same. We're also going to run a quick ad, just to keep ads out of the way. And once I'm back, we can enjoy Abyss School. So this is by the way, by a game by Itiru, excuse me, the same great mind who was behind Queen's Loyalty. So enjoy your quick 1-minute ad, and I will go and refill my drinks, use the facilities, and I implore you to do the same. Alright, we have hopefully murdered ads for at least the foreseeable hour. I don't know if that's how that actually works. But we're going to start the game from scratch just to sort of remind myself of, oh, that's new. I don't remember splash art. Just to remind myself of the flow of the game. And if there are new cutscenes and audio, we should at least get a look at that. Because apparently there is no Japanese audio, which means audio is coming to other Itiru games. I'm also probably going to obstruct most of the subtitles. Yeah, there's some very important plot on screen, and I'm covering most of it. Doesn't seem to be too bad for resource use. Driving on the left side? What is this, Japan? The inside of a shell sounds like the ocean is probably the biggest lie ever told. No, I'm sorry, like it's just my tinnitus. No audio. Okay, oh, that's rough. Okay, am I, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3? Yeah, okay. I praised the optimization a little bit too early. Let's VSync disabled. Let's work this out. Maximum FPS unlimited. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Anti-stoic filtering, low post-processing, low effects, low detail mode, medium, view distance. We don't need view distance. Let's see how that one works out. Marginally better, a little bit. The game is a little bit fugglier that way, but you know what? It's the cost of doing business. So left click to use. Congratulations on being the chosen one. I really don't think that's something to be proud of. I am the manager of this fun playground. I would like to speak to the manager. Who is the one? The one is the mysterious and capricious god of the abyss. I want you to struggle as much as you can for the one's pleasure. Solving riddles and avoiding monsters. When you get to the last floor, I'll get you to the original world where you were in. Try not to die too trivially. Why, thank you. A equals 2, so we're doing linear equations, I guess. Hallway key. Peace. Okay. I have no recollection of the game outside of it just being basically a glorified puzzle game. Alright, so we found pieces of the key. Try not to die too trivially. Yes, that's a great mission statement. You don't think the door will open now? We'll use another door? Okay. What is this? You two have become a part of the Abyss Followers nasty game. I'll help you read my hints carefully and you'll still arrive. Big if true. Okay, what is... I have 2 pieces of key. Do I need to assemble them or something? Or am I missing something here? So I have 2 parts of a key. There are more cupboards to look into. Okay. Ah, okay. Ah, now I have the whole key. Okay. So, 1 of 3. Press L left shift to run. That's great. B8. What was A3? A3 and B8. Need to find a key. Blocked. Oh, crowbar, nice. Did I just see something outside? Oh, it's like, okay. Guess we can use a crowbar to pry this open. Fascinating gameplay. What are we looking for here? Closet key. But am I not already in the closet? Wait, how is there no door? I'm sorry, what is the purpose of this liminal space over here?
Based on what? Based on this dick in your mouth.
Thank you, Base Dev. Yes. Listen, Itiru delivers all of the time. He is all killer, no filler. The only game I just personally don't like is Siren's Call, just because it's Slender Man with boobies. I'm sorry, no amount of boobies fixes the fact that Slender Man games are stupid on the face of it. Also, it appears that I am in a space designed by an evil supernatural being. Real and true. Sometimes it's too dark to see. What are we doing here? Did a key appear on one of the surfaces or not? I'll be real, I did not read the memo. Did something change after I turned the... I'm in a space designed by an evil supernatural being. I kind of got that from the description of it being a cruel and a capricious god. Nothing really changed. I need one more piece of a key. I've just been there, so probably no sense in going there. Can I check my notes? Am I going to streamer brain my way into being soft lock on the second fucking on the second puzzle? That's because she touched the conch shell of suffering and the pain at the beginning of the game. Are y'all reading up on like some secret lore over there? Ah, I needed to turn off both of those, I see. To get like a glimmer of the third piece. Alright, so we've learned that keys come in 3 pieces. They don't really, but these do. Door is broken, won't open. Need to find a key. C4. Good way to cool off. Having turn on the air conditioning. Okay. Where do I turn on the air conditioning? Right here. Girls got you thinking games that don't go with video games. Also, yes. What about the danger putty? Excuse me, the what? What the hell is a danger putty? What was it? 3, 8, 4? Probably missing a digit there. We'll need to come back to this one later. Restroom key, okay. The hell is... Oh, C4 danger putty. Yeah, it's just it's a component of the code. Spicy Play-Doh, plastique. The only tool combat engineers care about. If you erase dirt, there will be an answer. Okay, so we're learning about another mechanic, which is cleaning. This game is so based it forces women to do chores. Okay, we don't have a wire cutter for these just yet. Aha, 3479. Okay, let's go and apply our freshly acquired knowledge. 3479. Aha, alright. Poor cutters. Please don't cut the poor, it's unkind. This is key to the gameplay, by the way. Yeah, sure. Something hanging inside the toilet? Yeah, sure. We might be in a proxy war with China. Where? I mean, more than we were already? Alright, we have our hallway key. That's probably everything we needed here, right? Door doesn't open. Slid it into media share. Let me look. Recently leaked ICE protest donations record match the names of Canadian elected governments who are sending funds to fuel the chaos in Minnesota. I'm not sure. See, like, Occam's razor would suggest that not to assume malice for things that can be explained with stupidity. I really think that people in positions of power in Canada are just that retarded, and they don't need China's involvement. CAB. Okay, so it's 438. I have to run all the way back, aren't I? It's a reach. I can see just, you know, native Canadian commies be a part of what's going on there, so. 2. It was 2, not 3. Okay, fair enough. Understandable. I was 1 by off digit. Off by 1 digit. Can we okay, this is a better running experience. Okay, so it's 428. Yay. Okay, so this is floor 1. It's interesting that she's barefoot. That feels like a very deliberate design choice. Sure, why is your enormous keypad jammed into our door? I don't know. Alright. Let's find a weapon. Cutter parts. I mean, if the cutter is in parts, I guess it was an effective cutter. What's this? A jar. Okay. Do I hear footsteps? I really don't like hearing someone else's footsteps. I don't remember when the game adds hostiles. Mildly concerned about that. Right, we have the rest of the cutters. I assume we don't retain things in between levels. What kind of jar? Jar of jam? Jar of bronies? Jar of greed? First of all, it's pot of greed, not jar of greed, you fake MTG player. Excuse me, fake Yu-Gi-Oh player. If anything, it looks more like a vase than a jar. But again, the developer is ESL, so let's be kind. Door handle. Okay. A shield model. Pot? Not in my Christian stream. Sir, this is a dojo. Alright, the handle goes here. Yes. Sure you're colonizing? No, I don't think you will. Last time someone tried that were the Jesuits, and then a bunch of people got crucified. Just because the shogunate found it funny. Aha, I am to place something over here. To be fair, the Jesuits are assholes. So are you suggesting it was deserved? Items will be placed correctly within the shelves. Look for the picture you left behind. Okay. You could have just drawn that picture here. Ah, okay, we need to find the rest of the axe, though. I have a hammer. Okay, let's look for a hammer, I guess. Huh? Something blink as a usable over here? Am I imagining things? I'm probably imagining things. Alright, we know that turning the lights off are a thing we can and should do. Historically, most crucifixions happen to the right people, but you nail one carpenter to a stick and suddenly everyone's a problem. He wasn't really a carpenter, no Terry. He was a rabbi. Like, he was a Nazarene rabbi. Let's not sugarcoat this. As a very professionally dedicated religious leader, maybe you don't want to nail those people to a stick. All right, nothing's here. I don't know. We know that there's another way there. Am I missing something? I think we looked here. We got the stick here. Oh, we had an extra key. Okay. Ah, okay. Hammer. The camera work is fantastic. Like, the man had the good sense to include... Aha, we need... Okay, upper left for the vase. Yes, enter the hole. Absolutely. Shield lower right. Remember this diagram, Oni Dojo. Don't allow the game to goon your mind. Oh, it lets me retain the note. Okay, never mind. I don't need you. Proceed to goon. Don't let me interrupt your fun. It's more of a scavenger hunt than it is a puzzle game at this point. See, on the one hand, I really don't enjoy the stockings. On the other, just having, you know, pure white Ponzu shots blasting into my eyes at close-ups would be a little bit overkill. That's being a little bit, that's brute forcing the whole practice. Kind of deprives the joy of it. Instructions unclear. Entire diagram is her crawling through the hole. Aha. Okay, we have hostiles now. Okay. Abyss zombies can't escape the blue liquid splayed on the floor. If you observe the floor carefully, you'll be able to easily predict their movement path. Okay. Unless you like the hose better. No, not a hoe enjoyer. I believe you have spotted a bitch. 2, actually. Alright, but they have a predetermined patrol route. There's a safe box over here. Okay. Let's see their roaming pattern. Aha, they are on their independent orbits. I don't believe they diverge from their path too, so they don't react to me existing. So unless they just walk into me, they're not going to interact. Okay, those doors are very slow, and I feel like that's on purpose. Do I interact with this? Safe in here? Barely. I said strong box. $2842. Okay. 2842. Red glasses. Aha. 3452. Alright. What is this? It says FLE. That's, is that the code from the padlock over there? I mean, you have a longer orbit, so... Ah, okay, it is. F... L... I wonder if, time continues. No, okay, so time stops when I'm dealing with locks, that's good. Take your glasses, please and thank you. Ah, okay, there's space for a battery here. So I wonder if... Let's go take those red glasses back. Blue glasses, 7968. Seven, 9, 6, 8. A battery. Let's install the battery here, okay. But that's not the correct code. We need, like the puzzle is color-coded. We need red and green, and the other battery. Take the battery. I don't believe we need the blue one, right? But for all intents and purposes, this is going to just be the game. Probably didn't need the glasses, did I? Yeah. 38. Wait, is the code just 48? 38, excuse me. That doesn't sound right. These are Yeah, okay, that's not maybe it's the red numbers. Okay. Let's go for the full sequence then. 423826. 423826. Ah, okay, so it is just the full sequence. I may be overthinking it. Aha. I may need to recover those batteries and those glasses. Not a single drop of loot left behind. Take the glasses, okay. A pot. Oh joy. Okay, so we need to place something here. Another battery, okay. Green glasses. A bird, it looks like a blue jay, a book. To find a key, okay. An ornamental fruit. Bag is full. Okay, we do not, in fact, have a bag of holding. So. Aha. Okay, we need to go and leave some stuff somewhere. Oh, take this item. No, we need to leave some stuff on the desk. Ornamental fruit. Yeah, it's probably let's lighten our load here for a moment. Take the remote. Okay, what do we do with the remote? Ah. Not going to say it's an overused gimmick because it's only been used twice. Okay, picture A, photo of a plaster statue. Object placed like this seems to do something will work. Okay. Need to rotate this until it turns green. We also need to reorganize the objects here. So let's take the plate. Let's take the book. The book is supposed to be here. And we take the blue jay and we put the plate here and the blue jay goes here. Does that work? Is that not the correct? No, that's the correct one. Yeah, because that one has an entirely different orientation. So this one should work. There it is. What's inside? Another remote. Why does the AC have two separate remotes? Okay, pear, pot, and globe. And which one is it? Oh, there's only two options. Alright. Take you. So pear goes here. Pot goes on the other one. Let me go grab the globe. And grab her globes. Ha. There it is. This is going to be, yeah, it's another air conditioning remote. How many ACs are there? Wait, that's not an AC. Aha. You know what? At the very least, it's no. Go back. All right, let's take you. Take you. Coca-Cola goes over here. Vase here. Put the wine here. Now I just need to rotate this to match. There we go. The algorithm has been poking you with modern F1 racing. You had no idea the drivers were that salty and the teams so incompetent. I don't have an opinion. All I know that the Formula One is coming here, and I'm not terribly happy about that. We apparently have an F1 track now. So, okay, color-coded glasses, sure. There are mirrors here. I guess I should interact with something. Okay, insert battery. Ah, okay. See, it's a good thing that I held on to these, even if a little bit prematurely. Okay, now... So, I assume you need red glasses? Red glasses... Blue, you saw an engine explode from the inside. It's so dramatic, but you can see the holes in the body, the fragmentation pushed out. Excuse me, the holes in whose body? Oh, please not quick math. 1024 minus, it's gonna be what, 604? What do you know? I can do quick math. Yay. Ah, if we get damaged, we use the sewing machine to repair our clothing. I see, that's cute. Calling it for tonight. Good night, Gecko. Thank you for checking in. Oh, the body of the car? The outer shell? I see. Again, I have just next to no interest in F1 racing. We're probably going to call it a night fairly soon. I have to get up in the morning because I have calls, and then I have my back rehab that I'm still doing, which reminds me I need to call my MMA gym. They owe me money. Alright, let's go B. I assume that's supposed to be readable. JK. Not in a very jokey mood. Alright, this requires a transistor. Should be fast enough for one of them to not roll up on us. Locked. You need to find a key. Modern fireproofing tech is amazing. You had no idea it could just flash flambe the entire thing in fuel and make the driver walk away. I mean, at some point, having the drivers just die on the track was, you know, it was a bad look for people who espouse to be, you know, engineers and whatnot. Because from what I understand, F1 is 36. It's a competition of engineers. 3692. 3692. It's a competition of engineers as much as it is a competition of pilots. Right? Like, yeah, sure, like the pilot is the superstar who's actually in the cockpit. There's a marginal degree of risk even with all the safety protocols. But the actual competition is between, like, the people with degrees in the background who make sure that the pilot has a car to drive and, you know, is able to go burr and also not die in the process. What are we looking at here? What is the purpose of you walking in circles? Ah, there is a key. Closet key. I'm not even doing anything to get that shot. It just establishes itself on its own. Use. Are y'all going? Let's not cross paths with them if we can help it. They're still a pretty minor hazard as of right now. Like, they're realistically just there in case you're not paying attention. Correction fluid dissolver. Like, they just catch you out if you're actually not paying attention. BKA. RA13. $32 3292 329213 329213 329213. Sorry, I need to have mnemonic. 329213. Three, 29213. There you go. Ah, what is this? I guess that's a checkpoint. The general public is not aware of the nerds behind the scene, neither are you. I wouldn't say that I'm aware of them by name, I'm just aware of the fact that they exist. And, like, a big part of the competition is also to build a car that goes fast. Dirty items can be washed in the sink before use. Groundbreaking. I guess modern women would be in need to be reminded of that. Okay, this also opens. Aha. Requires a valve. I hate valve puzzles. Remember when Duke Nukem Forever thought that it could have the cheek to fucking poke fun of Valve games? You return to Ferrari and how they managed to build a car that was not super fast at all? Why? Why would you want to build a car that's not super fast in a fast car competition? Ah, water doesn't come out until okay, we're gonna run in more circles, I guess. Blue zombie pass by. Maybe I'm missing something. This is a wire cutter. Okay, this is locked. What the fuck is this? Alright, this is very obviously an answer to some puzzle. Not sure what I'm supposed to interact with here, though. Don't know why they did it. Ferrari is notoriously incompetent, it seems. I mean, a lot of Italian car manufacturers are that way. Like, we glaze Italian cars, but realistically, anyone who's had to actually use an Italian car is not a fan. They're notoriously bad for maintenance. Like, they break at a stiff wind. Turn the lights off. Oh, there's a little shining key. Pick that up. Ah, a valve. So they just made a car and it was just not fast, and then they included in the F1 series? Is that the story? Maybe it may not be, it may come off as a very hot take, but I really just do not have a fascination with cars. Maybe because I don't interact with them and I, like, don't drive. Perhaps that is a part of it. But I also didn't own guns until very recently, and I liked guns for quite a while. Cutter parts, yay. They would get behind another car, a specific one, forget which. It just straight outran them. Okay. So they just built a car and it was bad. Is that it? Again, maybe I just don't know how to participate in the excitement of the sport. But the F1 series just generally strikes me as just, you know, I think a square goes here. Can I take my references? Okay. Cone goes over here. Sphere all the way to the back, and cylinder on that one. I forget where the cylinder goes. I am dumb. I think the sphere goes here. I have no short-term recall. I am very sorry. Ah, okay, wrong. So the cylinder goes over here. Alright, one desk away from the exit. See, even though I know that they don't move very fast, I'm still unnerved by them walking back and forth, which I guess is the intent. Your fascination is in the sense of I have no idea how you can suck this much over the course of a decade plus. Oh, very easily. Sucking actually is the best job security you can have in a lot of places. Just look at California and its attempts to combat homelessness. Elite Abyss zombies have blue liquid stored in their bodies. Gee, I wonder where, so they are not restricted on movement. Be careful. They'll slow, but she will pursue you persistently. I really don't like that. I really don't like that. Are any of them blue zombies? I can't tell. So far, they seem to still rely on the blue substance that is on the floor. Why is there a clickable anything over there? Oh, I see you, bitch. I see the purple paint. I see what you're doing, game. In the business, we call this foreshadowing. Need to find a key, okay. So we're supposed to navigate the... Door is locked, need to find a key. Did we not find a key? Like, there's just going to be a blue bitch that just walks out of there and ruins my day. Foreshadowing, you say? How dare you? She's a nice girl. What is that interactable I'm getting? I'm getting some kind of interactable key over here. But it's not doing the interact. Is the game broken? Ah, it's just the next stall that probably just has a classroom key. There you go. There's gonna be a free roaming zombie that comes. There she is. There she is. See? Yeah, there's definitely a lot of blue liquid stored in that. So she's consistently trailing us. So we have to make sure she's not terribly slow, I have to say. Like that's reasonably fast. Yeah, my way, bitch. What am I even looking for? Oh, 3 pieces of the key. This is such an asshole-ish fucking little scavenger hunt. I really don't like it when I don't have violence as a fallback strategy. Call me lazy all you want. Oh, there we go. And we're out of here. Is she going to follow me, or have I unlocked the secret of, you know, closing doors behind me? I forget. That was what, floor 2, 3? Aha. Alright, current floor is 4. Roaming hose. Can I close these doors after I open them? I cannot. Item placement. Yeah, I don't want to pull any random switches. Those look like electrical gates, and I think that if I pull on a switch randomly, I'm going to have a not very cash money time of it. Need to find a key. So a blue liquid in a bowl over there. I probably need multiple doors on certain spaces just to, you know, circumvent the bitches. Aha, okay. So red, white, green, and blue. Red, white, green, and blue. That one goes into the white locker, into the white cupboard. Alright, let's see. Red. No, damn it. Red. White. Blue. Green. Ooh, a wire cutter. Nice. I don't like that turned on. I'm not gonna interact with that just yet. I'm gonna use my silly little wire cutter to commit a silly little breaking and entering. Okay, so we have 2 switches, and we have 2 doors with roamer bitches over there. That's probably the key to the second end of the puzzle. I'm gonna have to dodge both of them while attempting to solve the puzzle. Okay. Because I know that we're missing the blue one, because it's behind something where I need to pull a lever. Purple, black, orange. Okay. And we're missing the blue beaker, and the blue beaker is... Oh, where's the blue beaker? The blue beaker is somewhere over here. But we need a key to open this room. We would also possibly have a sledgehammer by the time we open that room. I shit you not, the moment I pull those levers, they will start roaming. I guess they're not fast enough to be an actual threat, so I may as well. Okay, not yet. Surely this one will release the bitches. Yeah, I told you so. Oh, one of them was standing on a key. Okay, that's kind of predictable. I just need to lead her around. They're relatively fast. Lead her into this room, and by the time she navigates, I'll be done with that other door. The worst thing that the dev could do in this situation is give me a stamina bar. That would be the actual most asshole-ish thing you can do. I should have probably not done that. Yeah, I kind of fucked up. That's on me. That's entirely on me. Blue saucer. Yep, she started roaming. There's the blue beaker, get the sledgehammer. Can I not cave their heads in with said sledgehammer? Like, you would think I should be able to do that. trying really hard to figure out where all the blue liquid is being stored. I don't know. It's a mystery. They sure have a lot of it, being able to just freely walk around. You'd think that it would, you know, splash violently as they walk. Please don't just soft lock me inside of the room. This is why I like Ruined Nurse, because I can shoot all of the things that are, you know, pursuing me. Soft lock her in the room and call step bro. This is not that kind of game. Are they still following me? I would very much prefer that they not follow me. I don't like this. I don't like the ceiling anuses. Something gives me a distinctly bad feeling about these. For some reason, they don't go through them. Are the other ones no longer... Oh, no, they're following. Are they following? Interesting. They lose their... Always look at the ceiling carefully. If you stand under something like a strange octopus leg, it will grab you with a... See, I knew that the ceiling anus should not be trusted. Alright, they seem to not have pathfinding to go and reach me, which is good. At the very least, I don't need to deal with them. Can I close the door? I really don't like them here. Alright, there's only one of you here. Aha, and... See, I'm setting myself up for trouble, because you're roaming in a pattern that puts me in between you and the ceiling anus, and I don't appreciate that. I wonder if she can reach me from here. Probably not, because I'm a little too far from her traversal. I'll just follow her out of the room. I wonder if you can push them over like a cow. I don't think I have the option to interact with them violently, otherwise the game would have told me that. Like, whenever you're building they're just lining up against... They're just roaming aimlessly because they can't leave that part of the level now? Interesting. So usually when you play puzzle games are supposed to introduce you to rules, and the rules should not be broken. However, you are permitted to twist them. That's usually like the social contract of a puzzle game. So unless an alteration or an exception to the rule is presented to you that you should be aware of, you operate off of things that you are told expressly, you bitch. As far as puzzle games and controlling enemies go, you're reminded of Adventure of Lolo. How much fun it is to shove things therein. I have never played it, so I don't have an opinion on that. I'll quickly grab that, please and thank you. Just gonna not fall victim to the ceiling anus. Some of the promotional materials featured, you know, legs dangling from those things. So I assume that's part of the solution. Sometimes you're probably supposed to lead them into the ceiling anus. Ah, cute. Okay. Fine combination of chill and mentally taxing. Can I lead you into a ceiling anus? Clean sponge. Should I clean you? I don't think it's that kind of game. Alright, both doors are openable. Will she follow me if I just leave? She does not, in fact, follow me. Okay. Yeah, okay, we're just gonna crawl into something bad over there. Alright, we have a sponge. We're gonna wait for her to travel over here. RXD, remember that? Yeet. She's a smart bitch, ain't she? RXD. Why would I need RXD? Is that a password to something? What are you? Needs a key. Okay, so not from here. Padlock. Sledgehammer. RXD. More like RXD's nuts. Oh, get the fuck out. I should not have released that roamer. That's not gonna be great. Alright, now I have to manage the two of you somehow. Okay, never mind. Releasing the roamer was actually good because it occupies the ceiling anus. Are we time limited for how long it chews on the hoe or not? Excellent traversal strategy. Gotta hang low. It says 2999. I guess that's just the door code. It's really unfair that she just loiters at the fucking exit. Like, what am I supposed to do with you? Like, bitch, I can see you. Am I supposed to lead her away, then climb? Oh, I could just walk around you, okay. That also works. Aha, so she does shadow me to a certain extent. Alright, so we need to lead her into a corner here, and then while she's stumbling over. See, that is playing by the rules. The game has presented clear rules, and it has positioned elements in the gameplay in such a way that if I don't pay attention, I will be punished for it. What was the code? 2999? See ya. Bye, bitch. Alright. We've successfully cleared another floor. Not seeing any roamers just yet, or free roamers rather. Okay, set footpath. Probably gonna do one more and call it a day. I don't want to press any buttons just yet. We're gonna look around. Free sledgehammer. A pressure plate that recognizes abyss zombies. If you trap a zombie in a cage, the pressure plate will activate. Aha. Okay. I see. What if I do this? Mm-hmm. So it is not the other way. I was about to say it's probably an ESL moment where where the game probably means like if you put a zombie on a pressure plate, you're going to trap it in a cage. No, it does not in fact work like that. The conditional actually works as written. I am sorry, ESL Chama. I should not have doubted you. Ew. Why would I need to find a key? I can just open it from the inside. Okay, I guess you now go into the cage. Is that right? Is that how that works? Aha. Okie dokie. Who the fuck opened what? Ah, she's shaking the cage. I don't think I'm supposed to go there. No, actually, I think I'm supposed to go there. Ah, wait, are you a wandering zombie? Let's compare breast sizes real quick. Okay, so the ones that are buttoned up are locked in. The free roamers are the ones where the shirt has burst. She appears to be extremely gooey. Old key. Why would I need an old key? Probably to open that door again, but that door doesn't do anything. I assume I need to open it because I'm supposed to lock someone in here. And that someone is probably the roaming zombie. That's probably the solution to this one. Let's take a look at what's inside here first. Probably another AC control that I need to trigger in order to lock her in. Yes, that appears to be the case. Wait for her to go back and forth again. She goes here. And she goes away. Alright, we've successfully caged another hoe. Now for the free roaming one. The one who has attained free will. Come here. Come on. You know you want to. That's right. Come here. I need her to follow me pretty deep into the room. Like, we're cutting it a little close. Would be funny if they installed the function of her. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no, you don't. Of her trying to pull me through the hole. What do we got? Camera hack. A note has been written. You can now choose this place when you start the game. Ah, we've reached a notable checkpoint. When the door is closed, sound is not transmitted, so operate the crank carefully so that the sound can be transmitted. What? When the door is closed, sound is not transmitted. To operate the crank carefully. So operate the crank carefully so that sound can be transmitted. Huh? the fuck did I just hear? 5. Needs a key, okay. So this is probably a color matching puzzle, right? Ring the bell. Lovely, okay. Aha. Okay, let's try. I don't see any roaming zombies just yet, although knowing the developer, he's going to sneak something in here. Is it timed prank or something? Son of a bitch, it is. Okay. 7 yellow. It is a yellow frame indeed. All right, so these are one-way doors. Aha, that open when I pass through them or when I leave. That's the most important part. Let's go for 4 reds here real quick. Interesting. Aha. As far as puzzle mechanics, it's actually not bad. It's pretty cool. Okay, so whenever I pass under a door, it cranks shut. Green key, okay. It's not just going to let me do it. He's like, the dev is going to throw a monkey wrench at me at some point. There's no way I'm going to be allowed to just have a jolly old time. Okay. I do like the mechanic. The mechanic is innovative at the very least. If a little bit bare bones. Huh? 5-3. I assume 5 greens and... And the thing is, I prefer this that, you know, has variable but interesting tension while actually having some kind of real problem solving, as opposed to, you know, the Slender Man with tits, where I just need to constantly keep peeking around corners and running away. First of all, why are you running? 7. Aha! A purple ring, a purple bell, blue 5. Alright, let's see what's behind door number 5. Seemingly nothing. Unlock. Okay, so green, blue, it's red, blue, green, yellow, and 2 pinks. Red, blue, green, yellow, and 2 pinks. Red, blue, green, Yellow. See, if I hadn't paid attention to what this game wants me to do, it would have punished me by having to run laps around it. And I appreciate that. That's a very mild punishment with frustration, but a punishment nevertheless. Ah, twice, yeah. Oh, hi there. A note has been written. You can now choose this place to start the game. Am I not leaving the floor still? What are you? Oh, you're a free roamer. We don't like you so-called free spirits. There's a ceiling anus that I could entice you with. Are you a free roamer? You look like a free roamer. Uh-huh. I'm not sure what the sensitivity level of the ceiling anus is. You let the pulling egg catch the abyss zombie. Instead, you can pass under, but it feels a bit weird. I'll take weird. If I press that button, one of them fucking... You can sacrifice the roamers to the thing. Is what the game is trying to tell you. Oh, hi there. No, we already triggered her. That's too bad. That's unfortunate. I know how to deal with you. I know how to deal with you. At least hopefully I do. Alright, now we wait. The many mechanics of this game and the tools to traverse make it actually pretty interesting. Yep. Again, Eterio doesn't miss. Some of his fetishes are also very apparent and clear, right? I can say that much. Man's not shy about what he's putting where. The choice of bare feet was definitely a phase he was in. HWJ. You can tell that all of those design decisions are very deliberate. Homeboy might have a future just making puzzle games. That's the only puzzle game that he's made. Everything else, like I think Ruined Nurse came after Abyss School. No, Crawling Dungeon, then Ruined Nurse, then Wolfmate, then Queen's Loyalty. And before that, he had a Temple Runner game, which I also enjoyed. There's a fucking Roma over here, isn't there? No? Closet key first piece. Can I just lead her into the thing? See, again, Wolfmate is, like, the reason I don't entirely appreciate Wolfmate is because it is still basically Slender Man with tits. With some extra steps, but essentially the gameplay loop is just that, and I just profusely dislike Slender Man. I don't like not having any agency in a game. I think it's bad game design. Just a second, my phone went off. That better be my fucking Form 4. No, it is in fact not my Form 4. It's my reminder to go to sleep at a reasonable hour. In most cases you agree, but also Wolfmate. Oh, you would love Siren Call. There was also another game that's like The Last Saint or something like that, which was, you know, it was a pretty reasonable tower defense game. We can play that sometime. I love my Eterio slop. I can't stop and won't stop playing the Itiru slop. He's added a whole new like artifact system to Queen's Loyalty. Yeet. Is there another one over here? Yeah, you are. Like, Outlast, despite that. But then Miles is a dipshit journalist. Does Outlast... Well, Outlast is like a linear, barely interactive horror movie, right? Well, yes, sure, it's a game, but it's so on rails that who even cares that it's a game, kind of game. Alright, what do I do with you? Surely there's some answer hidden here. What did I pick up? Okay, these are just 2 pieces of the key. You don't do anything. There has to be some kind of intelligent way of navigating around you. Okay, let's say I lead you to stand by this side of the gate, but what does that achieve? So we stand here. How do I get, like, what is the detection range of the ceiling egg? Because I feel like if I try to YOLO it and just try to run past it, that thing is going to swallow me. There has to be a more intelligent solution than just run, bro. Or am I overthinking it? Less on rails, more yes, place to place, but you have to navigate each place, which actually is not a bad plan because you don't want to wander around a fucking enormous complex aimlessly. It's just frustrating. Am I missing some kind of, Ah, okay, so there is a way to roam past it. So if I keep hugging the right wall, the egg will miss me. I just need to lead you here. This is not gonna end well. This is not gonna end well. No, never mind. The detection range is actually pretty precise. This is really Adventure of Logo with tits. I don't mind it. I really don't. Right, enjoy your meal. Damn, like, imagine being both into vor and feet. Brother, pick a struggle. Seriously. Wire cutters. Why would I... Oh, okay, see, I could have just gotten the key to the door. This seems excessive. Like, that's an extra step that you just put there just to put it there. Did I see the structure of the building? Probably not. Itadakimasu and all that. No, that would be omishiagari kudasai. Itadakimasu is a call out you make when you're eating, not when you're serving up food. Ah, that wasn't okay. We're gonna have to solve this. Let's get a checkpoint and then we can quit, because I don't want to do that all over again. Oh, it's a pretty mild. I just don't want to do repeats. That's all. One of these is bound to have a roamer. One of these 100% has a roamer. Hey. There is no way in hell it's going to let me pass. Have you dreamed this hallway? I mean, it's a very generic hallway. I wouldn't overthink it if I were you. You need to look at the ceiling closely. There are many dangerous things. The dangerous things drool very profusely, so I think I'm good. A. Okay, so we figured out that switch goes to there. I mean, it's just a white hallway with luminescent lighting. I mean, was your hallway also filled with bubbly zombified bitches who just, you know, walk back and forth and some of them almost spill out of their shirts? Okay, there is a roamer there, and she's probably unlocked by pressing that button. Question is, do I want to unlock her? Oh. Is that a timed interaction, or... Excuse me. Hallway, this door, signage, weird shit on the floor, general aura of menace. There's an aura of menace. Okay, this is not here. I am getting swept up if I try to walk through this. Where did I remove a thing? Need to find a key. Alright, this is the hallway that we were shown. So one of you was removed. Okay. This is a one-way door. So we need to find another switch that goes there. Ah, a remote. Aha. So we've opened door number A. Hey, I'm walking here. Alright, coast is clear. At least for now. Alright, door number A unlocked. I don't suppose these reconstitute. That would be so asshole-ish. Quite a while ago, I had an interesting dream. It was, imagine a forest that's populated by, like, really, like, comically large redwoods. Trees of a circumference that makes them appropriate to be houses, essentially. I'm going to say roughly, like, at least 7 to 10 yards across, right? And there was a dark and thick fog enveloping that entire forest. And the forest itself was, for some reason, exclusively inhabited. No. Well, I'm not sure if elf or not, but like it was dark, it was very foggy, it was definitely on the ground level, and it was very warm and humid. And for some reason, that forest was exclusively populated by, how should I put it nicely? 9s and 10s in very elaborate lacy lingerie. It was like the best version of a Victoria's Secret catalog you could ever imagine. Just walking around. Elf territory, got it. I'm not sure they were elves. I do not remember the ear shape. My focus was elsewhere. Also, it wasn't like high fantasy elf garb. It was like actual, just, you know, just actual expensive lace. I'm supposed to go here. But I'm supposed to have a hammer, and I don't have a hammer. Do you have hammers? Already pressed that button, and there's nothing over here, nothing over here. Alright, we're running in circles again. Something escapes my attention. Wouldn't be the first time, I guess. Let's try going through here. I thought Twitch doesn't let you send duplicate messages. What the hell is up with that? Why does it permit you to mock me? When it has the elaborate tailoring in the middle of the woods, that will be it? Probably. I think the rationale in the story was this is supposedly some form of an afterlife, and I was supposed to find someone and drag them to hell. So, you know, the work just tends to seep into your dreams, unfortunately. That'll happen if you live at work for too much. Scoot. Ah, a hammer. Where's door A? I'm lost again. I don't appreciate running in circles, but okay, it's whatever, okay. Ceiling anus spotted. Ah. Hey, bitch. Come over here for a moment. Let me show you something. Whoop. Be careful to not fall victim to that one. We've retracted another ceiling rectum. There's another roamer behind this door, isn't there? There's a reason why they gave me 2 items. Ah, never mind. So we're just backtracking. Oh, hi there. Can you follow me through the door? Probably not. I really don't want to end up in narrow corridors with you. D. Ending up in a narrow corridor with nowhere to divert you is probably not a great solution to what I'm trying to do here. This looks like it winds around. I don't trust it to do that. So let's just check what's behind door number B. That's at least a triple D? No. I saw that I've inflicted a Moonsault Slayer video upon myself today, and it's very obvious that the guy lives in California or wants to. For one, because he can't pronounce the word ask. But the other reason is that he was talking about, oh, like, people were claiming that there's, like, oh, get the fuck out, you damn bitch, come on. That's unfair. That's just unfair. You can't do that to me, game. Really? See, that's an oversight. Either let her come through the door, or just don't put her there in the first place. That is unfortunate. I don't want to take damage off of that. That's unfair. And she's not interacting with me at that range. Like, it's not like I can pull her away by navigating to a different part of the building. Like, she's just going to maul me if I come near her. Let me try to walk to a place where I'm going to be marginally closer, but like in a far enough removed part of the building. Like, on the one hand, I understand that letting them free roam would make the mobs a little bit too powerful, but at the same time, like, if they just stop all pathfinding the moment I leave the room, you're opening me up to some pretty bad soft locking. Like, I would have to probably take damage from... Oh, no, she left. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Okay. Never mind. Crisis averted. B... C... Let's open that one, I guess. Although we need D. We need the door D. Hey there. None of these are door D. That's a B door. Okay, I'd probably need to lead you into here so that I'm able to, you know, navigate this space in peace without you bothering me. At some point she's going to figure out that it's faster to come around as opposed to following me directly, so let's deal with this post haste. B. Okay, but none of these are D's. I swear I saw a D somewhere. Or did I? Am I imagining things? Let's think about this for a moment. Oh, there it is. Oh wait, I already opened this one. I could have just left. I could have just left. This is so fucking... Ah. It's getting pretty late. I'm very likely in my last brain cell. So once we get to a checkpoint, we're gonna call it a night. I guess it's a good thing that we hit all of these. Plus 4,000. Plus 80. Is that the door code? Plus 80. Plus 8, so that's 88. $288. Okay, so 4288. Okay. It's nice that you pretended that that's a math problem, I guess. I appreciate the effort. Okay, good. Checkpoint. Note has been written. You can choose this place to continue. Excellent, excellent. Very, very nice. We unlocked anything? Have we unlocked any extras at all? Additional extra content has been unlocked. Hell yeah. Let's see what we got. Profile. I don't... Okay, so these are just things... Yuhi? What? Girls Frontline reference? Model. Damn, those, that's some jiggle physics, alright. I'm sorry, what? Damn, this is wild. Side story. We didn't unlock anything. Unlocks when you clear the game. Wait, what? Clumsy Siren? We're in a weird genre place now? We sure are. Who the hell are you? I guess that's an alternative character. Unlock by clearing the game? Additional story. Clearing the minigame. Okay, there's a whole layer to this. Playing minigame shadow puzzle. Additional story in the auditorium. I'm missing like a whole layer of storytelling here, apparently. Alright then. Do the memos elucidate anything? Alright, these are all memos. Have we missed memos? Surely you jest. No, we have not missed. Abyssal follower memo, friends notes. Oh, so so our character is called Yuhi? Again, girl's frontline reference, I guess. Alright, let's look for a raid. My voice is starting to break up a teeny tiny bit, so it's reasonable for us to raid out for the night. And I do have shit to do in the morning, so appreciate all of you for checking in. Your company is always greatly appreciated. Would be nice to have, you know, slightly more numbers to play with. And the best way to do that is to share the stream, share the clips, tell people about the Discord, about how we have our silly fun there. Let's see. Who should we raid into? Who have we not visited in a while? Let's you know what? X count is doing stuff. We can let's share in the guntism. He seems to be getting. Oh, I see a K tactical little thing on his rifle. So let's go visit the man. If I can find his channel. Oh, the X count. Excuse me. The X count. There we go. All right, let's start our raid. Let's go say hi to the good people. He also has a P320 on the desk. Do not type the word Sigger in other people's chats, or I will slap you. Right, we're on schedule. If you like this game, that's if more than 2 of you like this game, that is, we're gonna play more of it. Probably gonna do that on Saturday, I want to say. Otherwise, look out for announcements. Join the Discord. Follow the socials. I only ping for streams or if something is very funny. This has been Onii-san, reminding you to regularly dry fire. Bye-bye.
So, that sucks.